passed, or the test failed and it was able to fix it. 40% of those were bugs that were found and then fixed. So from autonomy perspective, fantastic. So, some other stats that we're very proud of is that the cost per test is like 20 cents per run median, which is a pretty good return on investment. Now, the agent can go and fix bugs that you wouldn't need to have to go spend some time, click around, then explain to the agent, hey, this failed because of this, this, and this. Now the agent can just observe the whole trajectory and figure out what exactly went wrong and self-heal. And I said before, this is not perfect. We still have about 4% human escalation. This is mostly due to things like CAPTCHA or logging into some other sites, etc. Still, overall, net win. This is one of the things that we're most proud about the Agent 3 development. Now, I mentioned that this was build-time autonomy. What about runtime autonomy? Agents building agents is something where you can delegate tasks for the agent for another little software to do. Normally, when Replit builds an application, it just builds something semi-static. There's no more autonomy behind it. But what happens if you need a different kind of autonomy? What happens if you need to build something that, I don't know, every day goes and fetches market data from the S&P 500. And then, once it's fetched, summarizes that information, and then sends you an email. This is not possible with regular websites or regular applications. You do need something a little bit more agentic. So this is similar to the previous diagram that I showed. This is more or less the inner state machine of the agent that the Replit agent builds. Very similar to the other diagram, but instead of having the escalation back to the user, since this is supposed to be an automation, it always returns an output. Sometimes this output is, hey, something went wrong, this is an error, but it'll always just results in an output being sent to the user, and consider it done. But the core agent loop is still there. There's still an LLM call. There's still some actions or tool calls that modify an environment or use an environment, and there's some feedback back to it. One day, you wake up and see that, oh no, there's no email. What happened? You open your favorite LLM provider's status page. Oh no, they had an incident today. So you can see that there's a lot of failures whenever there's models involved. We all know that models are non-deterministic, so this is kind of expected. So in reality, the state diagram looks a little bit more like this. That particular LLM call is faulty. It doesn't work all the time. But wait, Luis, you showed that the reliability of LLMs is about 99.8%. So that means that most of the time it works? Yes, but this is being called in a loop. That means that for any agentic workflow, this particular LLM call is going to be repeated, I don't know, 5, 10, 100 times. So that means that it's not quite 99.8%. It's actually way worse. So this is a plot of the expected reliability of a workflow that has between 0 and 100 steps. You can see that about 50 steps in, the reliability drops from 99.8% to 90%. So that means that 1 in 10 times, your workflow will fail. If you go back to 100, it drops to about 80-something%. So now you're looking at something a lot more faulty. Of course, the LLM is faulty, yes, but it's not the only part of the system. The graph actually kind of looks like a little more like this. Also, the actions can fail. Whenever you're, I don't know, crawling a website, that crawl could fail, or sending the email could fail, or any step in the process can fail. I don't want to be super pessimistic, but failure is not only not an option. Failure is inevitable. You need to contend with failure. And because we know this is a fact of life, we're not pessimistic, we embraced the Zen and decided, okay, what are we going to do about this fact of life? We relied on two very important pillars when building agents. First one, Mastra, new logo, by the way. You'll know Mastra, one of the best agent building frameworks in TypeScript. And we also recruited the help of this other framework called Ingest. Ingest provides durable execution. super quick idea behind durable execution. Whenever you're building software, instead of just like going bam, 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 bam on all the instructions, whenever you declare something using durable execution, you can resume from a point in execution if something fails during a block. So that means that instead of having to restart your workflow from the very, very beginning, you can now restart it from somewhere in the middle. This allows your application to recover way, way faster and way more robustly. So that's all great. You might have heard that involving durable execution might be a little bit more complicated. You need a slightly different programming methodology. You do need to like structure your code differently. But thanks to Mastra, this is an example of a regular master workflow. This is, I just literally copied it from the documentation. You can see that you're creating steps. Then later on, you will chain those steps in a workflow. How do you add durable execution? Tweak a few of the import statements, construct wrap your functions to create workflows and create steps in a wrapper, and that's it. The rest of the code is as is. The fact that most of the code stays as is also fantastic for agents because models have already been trained with a great corpus of API examples that don't necessarily have durable execution. So that code stays the same. From the LLM's perspective, no changes have been done. It's only the preamble that has changed. Great for LLMs, great for humans, great for the actual workflow that you're doing. OK, so what is the actual impact of doing this? From the very pessimistic 80% success rate that I mentioned, it went up all the way to 96%. Of course, this is LLM written code. So that means that there will still be failures that are unrecoverable. But just the fact that it was able to recover this much was a huge success. And I was super proud that this is a primitive that we built for users, and our users don't need to think about this. It just comes out of the box. So yes, failure is inevitable, but failure is also engineerable away. If you go out of this particular presentation with two things, testing is fantastic. Always invest in testing. And also, durable execution is also a great tool to have in your toolbox so that you don't need to worry about the inevitability of failure. That's all I have. Luis Chavez, CTO of Replit. We're hiring if you're a TypeScript engineer and are interested in building the next generation of agents. Thank you.
Similar to the last session, we want to open it up for the audience to ask 1 or 2 questions. Anyone has questions for Luis? Yes, over there. Anyone has a microphone, please? It's in the middle.
Good morning. I have a question about vibe coding. So you build Replit as one of the most used vibe coding tool out there. Do you yourself use vibe coding in your day-to-day? And what is the percentage you will say of code you ship today that is vibe code? And how test, if you use test, how do you use test to make that vibe coding reliable? Because now you have, for your user, you're adding that MCP, but how about your workflow on day-to-day?
Yes, so of course, we all vibe code. At Replit, because Replit is mostly used for building like internal tools or proof concepts or applications that start mostly independent of the rest of the code base, almost every single one of our internal tools are built with Replit. There's other families of tools that we've enabled to be more amenable to vibe coding. So the percentage of overall of new code is kind of high, but it's not as high as you would expect. Now, of course, we do use Replit ourselves to build parts of Replit, and for those parts of Replit, we do use a testing agent. It's the fact that we're dogfooding our own product is really helping us improve things super quickly.
We'll take the next question over here in the middle row.
on your presentation, you had a P50 cost estimate of 20 cents. Do you remember the P99?
It's 40 something, I think.
Okay.
Cents.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's twice as much, but it's the P90, 95 or 99.
Well, that's a really short question. I'll take one more. The one in the back. Oh, good.
Hey, I'm curious, like, there was an instance, I believe, like 3 or 4 months ago where Replit had an agent running and the production database was effectively destroyed because of that agent. I think it was covered fairly widely. I'm curious, what were the main lessons learned from that instance?
Yes, so lessons learned. We had been working on a dev prod separation for 3 months prior to that incident. So the fact that we hadn't shipped the dev prod separation by then was really painful for us. Like, we had the solution there, it's just that we hadn't shipped it. So since then, what have we learned? We are very diligent in adding dev prod separation everywhere. We also added a lot of guardrails around at least letting the agent know, like, hey, you're touching something with production versus this is safe to touch and modify or everything, because this is for development purposes only. So that dev prod separation, everything we build, we now build it at least with dev prod separation in mind, so that by construction, it shouldn't happen anymore. Now, of course, there are some resources that are a little more challenging to make a full dev prod separation. Like, for example, if you are connecting your Salesforce instance, you might not have a testing Salesforce instance. You might only have access to production one. So we're also trying to communicate this better with users, and also create UX patterns so that this is very clearly visible.
Well, thank you so much. We're over time, and really appreciate Luis. Please give him a round of applause.
Hello, everybody. Is my mic on? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Hi. Unexpectedly, I am your second MC. My name is Laurie Voss. I am currently head of developer relations at Arise AI. If you're in the TypeScript community, you may remember me from when I was co-founder of NPM Inc. But I'm going to be introducing the afternoon talks and stuff like that. All I'm here to introduce now is the fact that there's going to be a coffee break. So chill out, get some food, get some bites, get some caffeine, and be back here by 11:25. I hope everybody is caffeinated and is having a good time. First off, for those of you who are listening on the live stream, we had to switch live stream links. The new live stream link is on our X profile. We lost a bunch of people when we changed live stream links, so if you're on the live stream, you could do us a solid by going to Mastra on X, finding the new live stream link, and retweeting it so people know that there is a new live stream link to find. But for everybody else, and those of us in the room, on to our first panel. The first panel is going to be all about agent tooling. It's going to be moderated by Denise Tang, who you've already met as my co-MC today. Denise is a partner at Gradient Ventures, investing in early-stage B2B AI companies. Before venture, she was a product manager at Meta, Twitter, and MuleSoft, where she built products in MLOps, data infrastructure, and analytics. Today, she spends most of her time working with founders on shaping AI-native products and go-to-market strategies. And we've got 3 great panelists today. Sean Roberts is VP of Applied AI at Netlify, where I used to work for a little while. He's been in web development for 2 decades. He enjoys vibe coding and skateboarding with his son and daughter. Prakul Agarwal is a senior product manager for AI and ML at MongoDB, leading innovations in vector search, LLM, and agentic frameworks. Before MongoDB, he built ML infrastructure at Amazon's Zoox, where he earned a US patent. He also drove cloud products at Salesforce and founded WeGroove, an AI music startup using deep learning for real-time music recommendations. Our final panelist is Brian Holt. He's a member of product staff at Neon, which is now part of Databricks. He has an illustrious career in the database world, with product roles at Snowflake and SQLite. Before his current role, he is also an instructor at Front-End Masters. Let's give a warm welcome to Denise, Sean, Prakul, and Brian.
All right. Testing, testing. All right. Awesome. Well, hey everyone, it's me again. And I am very excited to have this panel discussion because as an investor, I always want to know what are the key tooling to enable agents. And I think one thing to make agents really helpful is it can access the real world data. And by doing that, agents can actually create the meaningful use case that aligns with the business context or whatever use cases the user is looking for. So jump right into the first questions I have. So how are we seeing in the data layer, like vector search or retrieval API, context engineering, agent memory, and more, what's breaking, what's working, and what might be the new functionalities specifically designed for the agents? I think this can be interesting questions. Maybe start with the data people from the panel. Prakul, do you want to start?
I can start. So I think one thing is memory for AI agents is emerging to be the most important differentiators. This is going to be the year of memory. The whole discussions around context engineering having moved away from prompt engineering, so the memory is the core thing. And with that, I think one thing that's changing is thinking about your database, your OLTP, OLAP, separate from your vector store, separate from your AI store. So in some ways, there's a convergence as you think through building a gradually sophisticated agent. You need to be able to take care of things like I want my agent to know the most real-time data. But it's also important that it is tied into the source of truth. Things change. I get the latest data. It's also tied into the identity and security, so that like it's not something, these things can't be working in isolation. I think that's one big thing that's changing, and we increasingly hear developers thinking about, okay, this is my AI memory, how do I build it? How do I go around doing that? So one big thing is like I think the whole piece around ETLs and moving things around, having segmented view between these different systems is something that's breaking down. Now with the reasoning models and the reasoning agents, it's also important that you don't just provide that data in one go. It is something that each step of your reasoning needs to have, and things need to be shared. So you're essentially building about how do I manage this data. Like, what is it that I need to retrieve fresh? What is it that I need to actually store for subsequent processing? And what is it that I need to be deleting as I progress? So that's, I think, the big shift in data tooling from my perspective.
Interesting. Interesting. Brian, kind of curious if you have any thoughts from Databricks or Neon.
Oh, I have lots of thoughts.
Please.
I mean, I think exactly what he was saying is really putting it, like, nailing it. The part that we're seeing a lot of interesting in, just from like the developer and the like agentic experience kind of perspective of it. Thank you, Netlify, for coining that term. Is that like if you give these agents kind of like all these like, you know, you have this in memory, you have this in database, you have this in the analytic pool, and like you just try and say like, okay, now go figure it out, right? They never do, right? Or they come back with like stale data, or they come back with like, they pull from the wrong data source or something from that's been cached incorrectly. And so just reducing the surface area, reducing it down to like, you know, like a retrieve tool, something like that, or a skill for retrieving something from like your general data pool has been super successful, at least for some of my clients, which are you know, agentic code makers. Like at Neon, we launched a MCP server like, that was like 10 days after MCP was announced. And like our first one was kind of a mess. So it had like lots of APIs and all that kind of stuff. And what was fun is we had, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 tools or something like that, as everyone did at some point, right? And continually these agents would just keep using the SQL tool. Just like, we had them for like these like nice migrations that would craft and it would be beautiful and all that kind of stuff, and it was never called, right? Like it was just like, no, raw SQL all the time, and just send it, and it would, it wasn't pulling out of like the right data store sometimes, and it was like definitely avoiding all the handcrafted deterministic code that we had. So that's been like the trend, and like the more successful patterns that I've seen is like we've reduced down tools to like 2, right? Like he's like, pull, like go get this for me, and then like someone this morning was talking about sub-agents, right? And like, I think it was the Sentry guy, like delegating this down to a specialist that's actually able to go and retrieve these things, that you don't have to burden your agent with that kind of context.
Interesting. And Sean, curious if you have any thoughts here too, even though, you know, you guys don't directly build the storage or database,
Right.
but any observation here?
We're on the other side of it, where we're trying to figure out how to fit all these pieces in and try to provide a good developer experience. And the thing that I'm really excited for us to like finally, it feels like we're finally starting to figure out like what David was saying, and like reducing the number of tools and things. But there's you were talking about having the latest, most fresh data. Like, what we're finding is that's really relative and very specific to a very specific point in time, use case, environment, all these things. And so like, you know, these systems have to get better and better. To give an example on this, on your side, it's like, hey, you know, the LLM was trained on version 1 of the SDK. The latest version is version 3, but my customer's on version 2. And like, giving them relevant context and narrowing that down is very specific to their situation. And like, we were kind of like, okay, starting with just the LLM, that was fine. And then we overshot, and it's like, now you get the latest documentation, that's also not useful. And then like, getting more specialized is where I'm really anxious to see us go in the industry.
Very interesting. A quick follow-up here. If, let's say there's some team over here, first time building AI agents, what might be the most kind of minimum viable data stack or data tooling you guys recommend the team to adopt? Would that always be, you know, vector database related, retrieval API? Kind of curious what might be the top picks.
I've actually signed a blood pact that I have to say Postgres. I will just go up in flames if I don't say anything otherwise. No, I mean like, but I'll say like anyways, like MongoDB is also a great product for something like this as well. Like you need like a really good, I'm gonna say OLTP database, or just like something of that nature. Because there's so many great plugins and tools around it, whether that's something like, you know, we have PG Mooncake now. I think Snowflake launched PG Lake, right? So that you can kind of like back yourself into like a full data story. But starting simple, starting small, starting like with a really small surface area, and then discovering the problems that you have and growing out your stack from there. Reducing surface areas for agents is like, I'm probably just gonna repeat that a lot, is like, I have found to be the most successful way to to have more success more quickly on a smaller budget?
Got it.
Yeah, so from my perspective, three things, right? One is an OLTP database, that's your source of truth. The second thing is a vector search, or more essentially like a hybrid search that can allow you to do full text search, semantic search with filters. And the third thing is like a blob store, just to be able to store raw context that you want to process and put into one of these systems for your agent to make sense. Now, probably like I think that would be my thing, that start simple and then gradually expand. Don't build a lake house from the get-go. Really
What? Use Databricks. That's not
just kidding, yes. But I think that's the main thing, but yeah, thinking about things like observability as you build this data sources, I think is critical. Because with agents, you're looking at multi-tenant data access, and you're looking at like, that's the security kind of a bottleneck in some ways in terms of, in enterprises, at least getting an approval for a use case to go into production. That's been a bottleneck. If you can't have that good governance and traceability around what data is going where, that's a problem.
Yeah. The last time when I heard, I know Master has a really great observability function there, so definitely.
Yeah.
Try.
Sounds cool.
Nice job.
Awesome. Well, I want to switch the direction a little bit to the overall tooling needed for the agent's experience, right? I think Netlify actually coined this term, AX, the agent experience. So it's essentially talking about, enable the agents to work with tools, workflows, contents, and interact with the systems, reliably and autonomously. So I guess the key questions here is, we have like framework, runtime, and hosting layer, observability and debugging tool, things like that, and you also briefly mentioned security. So what are the critical developer tools nowadays beyond just data that we need to enable agent experience?
So I think the most important reason why we kind of wanted to step up one category and call this as an umbrella term, like agent experience, is because I think for a while we were getting really caught up in, oh, you just need an MCP, or you just need LLM's text, like whoever uses that. And like, it got conflated, like this is how you have this is how agents work with you. And the reality is, it's like, MCP only matters if someone actually has your MCP server installed. LLM's text only matters if people, or if the agents actually use it. And so the reality is all of those are very valuable. But what you first need to do is step back and say, who are my users, right? Because agents are just, these systems that are acting on their behalf. And you're not narrowing in on like, hey, we want agents to be the successful party here. We want the end user who happens to be delegating work through agents to be successful. And who those users are, like David said earlier, we target developers. So they care about developer tools. So does Netlify. We care about using Cursor and Windsurf, all like any sort of developer tool, we want to be there. And then it comes down to what things do they support? Do they support MCP? Do they support prompts in MCP? Do they support all these things? And the reality is like there's no one way to do it, but the same practices of what we were doing with the user experience side of things, where we say this is our users, this is how they use us, these are the entry points in which they come to us, and then really being auditing that and saying, hey, this is what this tool does. If we did this, we were really able to reach out to them just like they did. Like, so we provide MCP. Turns out the MCP is didn't work as well as we thought, and we're going to iterate on that, like that iteration loop, and actually working still with humans, still with your end customers, and prioritizing, hey, you wanted to use this flow. This is how we validate whether or not it's working for you, and then we iterate on that. And so it's going to look like MCP, maybe this new versions of MCP where it's like code modes, things like that, are the new way of doing it. Because at the end of the day, we're all also playing in the same sandbox. So if I have an MCP server and they're using Neon and also Mongo or whatever, and there's 300 tools or something in there, and then like
nobody's happy.
Cursor, and then Cursor falls over at 50 or something. It's like, you really have to think about the holistic picture of it. So that's kind of a broad answer, but like there's no one way to do it. But it's that practice of figuring out who your users are, being disciplined about that, figuring out what tools they're using, and then going from there and iterating over time.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
As I've been building agentic tools, and like over the past year and a half, I've been doing it. I started as like DX and AX are very different things, and over time I realized like they become closer and closer. And at some point, like I was like, oh, the Venn diagram is a circle, and then as I've been going a little bit further, like there's strong overlap, but there is some difference. Like a good example would be like rate limiting, right? Like you want to rate limit your developers, but like you really probably don't want to rate limit your agents, or like at least it looks very different, right?
Yeah.
So it's like this. You need to figure out this way to tolerate non-determinism in a deterministic way, which, because like these agents are chaotic. They have, like people mess with the temperature and they'll try all sorts of weird things, and they'll use tools in ways that they're like unconventional but still might work, right? And so this is why we get into like evals, right? And evals become really important. And so like I hope if you're doing agentic things, like it's like top of mind. It's like we need to figure out like how to get like really good observability and evals into our stack.
Yeah. I think to add to those two great points, one thing is obviously you need a very good framework and a runtime that can allow you to implement those best practices. Mastra comes to mind. The second thing is, which is often my point, like we have been looking at a lot of AI agents, and it's a information retrieval problem. So two tools that are important to have a good information retriever are embedding models and your re-ranker models. So as we go in the domain of your agent figuring out which tools to call, which data source to pick, which API to call, into that like adaptive context engineering domain, it's really important that it is able to retrieve the best tools and best data sources for the job. So that's something that's been really cool.
That makes sense. And my last question, also as an investor, always very curious, what are the production use cases you guys actually see a lot from maybe your clients in terms of like, hey, agents running in production with a lot of usage, or versus just a demo? So kind of curious, any pattern you notice in terms of a use case that already mature enough to adopt the agent? Any examples you guys observed?
Well, we support a bunch of AI coding agents.
Coding agent, for
because
sure.
we end up being on the other side. Like generating code is amazing. However, just having code on your computer isn't very valuable. So like Netlify ends up being the side where they deploy things to and ship it to production, and that's where we see most of our use cases. And it becomes really niche, where it's like, hey, we're like, a healthcare thing, and we're going to allow people to build a little bit, but it still needs to be hosted and then sandboxed or whatever it is. And so we see a lot of those use cases of just like using the generative AI side of things to progress some user experience. Sometimes it's the full experience, sometimes it's just a micro part, and then we help run that. So we see that a lot.
Coding, interesting.
And maybe to add to that, I think there is definitely code tends to be the ones which are actually moving to production. So apart from like developer-focused tools, there is this whole code modernization of legacy enterprises. I think that's been a use case we've been seeing some scaled usage
Oh, like
of.
code refactoring.
Code refactoring in an agent, essentially taking an application and converting into, let's say, microservices, writing tests which may not be existing, running and iterating end to end. The other thing I think it's interesting in just customer service, I think, is pretty common, and that's been seeing a lot of growth. Wherever there is no critical outcome base, like where there can be a human in the loop, it can act as an assistant. Those are the use cases which are going into production. Rather than the agent doing things autonomously and also taking the behalf, those tends to be more risky. So for instance, just in healthcare, a lot of like doctor office operations, which would require a specialist, generating the notes, writing a diagnosis, building insurance compliance, those kinds of use cases are actually going to production because there's a human that can vet the outcome of what the agent is doing.
Yeah, I think I see people starting out with like these like big models like Opus and like giving it lots of freedom and just like kind of playing like in this like discovery mode. And then I'll watch people like take those and like launch them, and they're like slow, they're expensive, they do weird things, right? And so I see the pattern that I see these people is they take these like really like open kind of use cases, and they'll start like narrowing it down further and further. And like by the end, like where they're happy with it, it's like a very tiny model with lots of constraints on it, doing very specific things that are then being checked afterwards, either by like human in the loop or like a LLM as a judge or something like that. Like that's where everybody ends up. Like they're like, I want it to be able to do anything. It's like, oh, I want it to do nothing. Just this very small use case.
Yeah, sounds like a coding agent's more mature, same for customer support related, and for the other use cases is more on the micro workflow at this stage.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, that's the core questions I want to ask from the panelists. I want to open up for the audience for 2 questions. Anyone has any question? For deployments, agents, I kind of saw him. All right, the gentleman over there in blue.
They're coming.
The microphone is coming.
The mic comes for us all.
Hi, guys. The AX UX D Venn diagram thing. I don't know. Could you just say a little more about how you think that's developing and where it's going?
Yeah. So, like, as far as like how it's developing, I mean, I think every bit of what we're doing here is like progress towards that. Like, what the Anthropic's doing, what everyone is doing in order to not just to make great agents, but those agents need to be connecting with the outside world. And the industry itself is exploring various different protocols and means of doing that, right? But at the end of the day, right, the thing that we had seen emerging and dubbed AX, which, regardless of what you call it, I mean, the practice is like, hey, it's not a question of whether or not agents are using your product. They are. The question is whether or not they're successful at doing that, right? And, the way I think about the importance of that is like, as we know, very early web, at some point in time, if you didn't have a website, you were no longer relevant. And then search engines became the way people discovered things. And so if you didn't start ranking well on search engines, you became irrelevant. And as agents and these different AI systems become a very important, probably not the end-all be-all entry point to the web, but if you don't have a great agent experience and a way for them to discover you and work with you well, you're going to become irrelevant because they do at some point store internal state, how they have preferences, they understand some levels of things, from their training. And so that's the call to action, like making sure you do that. And then the discipline itself is just like figuring that out over time. And I think we're all trying to do it. MCP is a good example of it. LLM's text was a good early example. What's up?
Are you using any like theoretical structure to like human-machine communication or CNC or any kind of thing from academia, theoretical, to help think through that?
I think the basis of all this stuff is really, at least from our explorations, is overrides a lot of what UX patterns were. It was like at the end of the day, like what he was saying, like this overlap between DX and UX, DX and AX is really kind of the same. What it really is on the DX front, like we serve developers. So we're trying to provide a great developer experience. And AX is just an extension of that because what we're saying there is we want to support the developers who are using agents as well. So it all goes back to that. So all I have to say is like there's no answer for this that like we can like specifically point to, but there is a massive amount of design practice and iteration practice to kind of study the success of these things. And then we're also creating new tools, such as like we see this a lot in the little geo space or the AI SEO stuff, where it's like, hey, like I'm gonna try this, and evaluate whether or not the agent was successful at doing that. And we can really automate that and use it as a judge to figure out how to optimize those. So there's actually better tools that we can do that we couldn't really do with UX exactly, because unlike humans and usability tests, the agent will just be there and we can test it as long as we want, and they're not going to get tired or whatever. So I think that's the new opportunity, is the ability to optimize it and put tooling in front of it. Just builds on all the theoretical and the discipline that we had with UX, but now we can actually automate a lot of it as well.
One more questions towards the end of that first role. Thank you.
Hey, I had a quick question. You were mentioning, this iterative approach of improving the models, right? So I think, when working with engineering, also management, right? There's an expectation that you go from point A to point B. It should always be consistent. And as we've seen with LLMs, right? There's always like that 5%, 10% gap where things go wrong. And when you have a customer, right? I think that when they use ChatGPT or any of these other tools, they're always willing to kind of guide the model, right? And I think that there's also a perspective of like how much you're paying for these things. If you're paying a lot for a product, you expect it to work consistently. So to your point, right? We had a big model, we started shrinking it. What are you guys doing in terms of, I know that there's a whole other talk you can have about taking outputs and then using it to proactively improve your progress. But how are you guys kind of handling the reliability aspect, right? As people are improving parts of your prompts that worked really well before, adding capabilities, how do you ensure that you're still maintaining that, higher level of reliability in a consistent way, like CI or? Yeah.
It's a great question. I think the most simple, perhaps frustrating answer to give is you need to know what is right and what is wrong, right? Because I see a lot of people going into these problems and just being like, I'm just gonna YOLO and just see what comes out of this, and stuff will come out of it, and it'll be right-ish, right? But that's how you start. That's the discovery process, and I fear too many people stop there, right? You need to have a clear idea. Is I have these inputs and I'm expecting this output. Once you have that framework of what you find correct and what you find incorrect, at that point you can really start setting up some rigor around figuring out and this comes back to evals again, right? Of given this input, I expect this to have this kind of output, and I have this kind of tolerance for the oscillation here. And if you put in that work, if you set up these testing frameworks, and if you have clear expectations with your management or your company and your clients and yourself, then at that point everyone's kind of on the same page of hey, this is going to work 85% of the time. We need human in loops here, here, and here, and we need these kind of feedback loops for us to kind of figure out where things are going right and where things are going wrong. Then at that point you have a pretty good framework of a point to start iterating toward your final goals.
Yeah. Just to add on to that, I think eval-driven development for AI agents can't be overstated enough. So once you have that piece, idea of an end objective, and you said you're trying to push in that, squeezing in that last 20%, 10% accuracy that your agent is not doing, I think that's where some of the being able to have some kind of a tracing, observability comes into picture, because inherently this is a non-deterministic process, right? The autonomous agent is gonna take you down different paths. So different runs will have that in a different order, right? So in this way, it's kind of having that tracing observability, and then essentially being able to figure out how to improve there. In our use cases that I work with customers on, it comes down to what they fit in the context. Just having a larger context does not mean you should be using it. It actually, if you don't structure it properly, it will bring down the things. So being able to have that observability and be able to audit what was the right information that could have been pulled in, how do you improve that retrieval accuracy? So having some scores around recall precision on your context window and how you're feeding that, apart from having a separate eval, is something that we are seeing to emerge more, because that's where the accuracy of your agent is going to come in.
The one thing I would add there is you do need to start with a measure of something worked right. Someone was able to go from they prompted something and this is the ideal outcome, and be able to quantitatively measure that, and then allowing your users to use these agents and try those things and get actually a baseline score, because the reality is many people they're always going to have this too ambiguous or too ambitious type of prompts, and you don't really need to optimize for those, but you really need to figure out what those things look like in terms of how they translate to end results. And then what we found that really works is, in addition to optimizing the best chance for those to be successful, is to actually at prompt time or when they're about to do something, encourage them when we detect that, hey, you come to Netlify and you're like, make me an app. And it's like, okay, like it's gonna try, but like it's probably, who knows if it's gonna really do well, and any agent's gonna be that way. Or they're like, here's this epic thing, I want you to do 50 different things in this amount of quality, and the agents end up overloading their own context and such. And so what we have found to work well is like, hey, we should probably actually help them and say, hey, this is way too much, or this is like, we have no idea where you're gonna go with this, and encourage people more into that happy medium, and to help them help themselves. And again, seeing that end result go up based off of that is how you need to measure it at the end of the day.
Well, thank you so much for the panelists for all the detailed answer here. And Sean, Prakul, and Brian will be available during lunchtime. So if you have more questions, please feel free to reach us then. That's the wrap for the panel. Please give them a round of applause.
All right, you're back.
Well, our next session is Nico. So Nico is a DX engineer on the AI SDK team at Vercel. So he began his career as an investor in London and built QRemaze as the side project, which became the must-have COI tool for Next.js. And his work as an open source maintainer really brought him to Vercel, where he now contributes to the AI SDK. So please welcome Nico Abernese for his talk, which is quite long. Let me try. The title is, So You Got AI Agents, Now What? Building Type-Safe AI Applications with the AI SDK. Please welcome Nico.
Hey folks, how's sound? Everyone can hear me? Cool. How's everyone doing? Good day so far? I'm gonna try not to stand in front of my slides. So I was trying to compete with Paul on the longest slide title, and I think I may have edged him out on that. But I'm really excited to be talking to you today about how to build end-to-end type-safe applications on top of your agents. I'm also very excited about this talk because this is something we haven't talked about a lot. We're usually focused on agent land, so I'm hoping this is some new material for all of you guys. So before we start, can I get a show of hands for who's heard of the AI SDK? Yeah. Amazing. So I guess I don't really have to give you guys the intro, but I can say like the way that we call the AI SDK is a TypeScript toolkit for building AI agents and applications. And I'm really going to be focusing on the application side of things. So back to the title of the talk. So you've built an agent, now what? What happens once your agent is ready and it's behaving exactly how you want it to? Let's say we've been iterating on this agent via a simple TypeScript file, and we've probably run this command or some extension of it a million times, but now it feels ready, or ready enough to share with others. But how do we package it up so other people can use it? Do we push the code to GitHub and just expect others to clone and run it? Probably not. I think the best way to share it is via the web and using the trusted chat interface we know and love. As we build out this application today, I'm going to follow the popular three-phased approach. And I forgot who said this, but first, we're going to make it work, then we're going to make it right, and then we're going to make it fast. But in the context of building this agent, I would even, if I may, slightly alter these to be, first, we're going to make it work, then we're going to make it maintainable, and then we're going to make it delightful. So we've got our plan, but what agent are we starting from? Well, I wanted to use something real. And importantly, I didn't want this to be a weather demo because I've done those, and I think everybody is really sick of the weather and travel agent demos. So this is something that I've actually built, that I've got running in production for me right now, which helps solve a problem I have every day, which is our team ships a lot, and what good is a feature if nobody knows about it? So I need to have a way of, or I spend a lot of time going from pull request to writing an X thread. Sounds kind of silly, but like it's important, I promise. The agent will take a pull request from GitHub, and it will eventually spit out an X thread that follows our brand voice and general format. I present to you social launch agent. This is built with the new agent abstraction in AI SDK 6, and it's pretty simple. It basically just maps out different human steps to tools. So let's get to building a working, emphasis on working, application on top of it. As we're building this out for the web, I'm using a framework that I know really well, but I do want to call out that AI SDK UI package has been designed to be extensible by default. So we ship first-party support for React, Vue, Svelte, and Angular, and the community's even already built a solid JS package as well, if that's your thing. But anyway, back to our application. We've got a standard Next app here, and I've pulled in my social agent into an agent directory. I've also separated all of my tools into their own files in a tool directory. So our agent is now in our application, but how do we call it? To do that, we're going to set up a route handler. This file will create a post request at API/chat. We'll pull off the messages from the request body, call our agent, and then return a streaming response. Now, we need to actually build out our front end so we can actually send messages and receive responses from our agent. We're going to use the useChat hook from the AI SDK. I think a lot of folks will be familiar with this, so I'll try and go past this first part. But useChat can do a lot. First, it will be our message store. So as we send and receive new messages, these will be saved in this messages variable, so we can then iterate through it in the UI. We'll map through those messages and render them. AI SDK 5 introduced message parts, which is an ordered array of the content the model generates. The cool thing here is we simply map through the parts and easily render different markup for different parts. So in this case, we're rendering out our text in a p tag. UseChat can also parse any errors that may occur in the generation process, and I should say will occur, as we heard from Luis earlier. This gives us a super simple way to handle any error states that happen and resolve from there. The final thing, and probably the most important thing that we have to do, is actually send the messages. So we have a function to send messages, and this will manage hitting our endpoint, parsing the response. And we call that with just standard React here. We've got a form, and in there we've got an onSubmit handler that calls our send message and resets our inputs on the page. So let's fire up the browser and give it a try. We'll say something like, hey, and we should see our agent's response in line. And the cool thing, like, this is our agent, right? I'm here to help you publish social media posts and new AI SDK releases. It works, and I would argue that this is ready to deploy, but we're kind of jumping the gun here because we haven't actually tried asking it to do what it was designed to do. So instead, we should ask it to generate a thread for Vercel AI PR 9922. That doesn't look very good, right? The UI is just stuck. So the good news here is that our agent is actually working. But the problem is we aren't rendering anything for the tool calls in the UI. So we go back to our message parts, and we see that we're only handling the text part. Now, the short-term solution here is that in the default case, we check if it's a tool call, and then if so, we render out a tool has been called with this name. So we can then go back, and we can literally just save here, and we'll see all of the tools that were actually called. So we know our agent is working, and now I would say arguably our agent works. We have a UI to interact with our agent, and we could publish this. But what if we wanted to render different components for different tools? I think that's the natural progression here. Right now, for each tool, we're rendering out just the tool name, but how can we define a specific case for a specific tool? Well, we can look at the part type definition, and we can see in the bottom, tools follow this convention of tool, dash, and then a string, where that string is the tool name. So we can simply add a case for the fetch pull request tool, and then render out any kind of arbitrary markup. Here, we're showing the GitHub logo, because we're fetching a PR, and then the repository name and the pull request number. So if we save now, we should see our updated component just for that tool call. So great. Naturally, I think the next approach would be going through and designing all of these really pretty new components for all of our different tools. But we have a problem here. What happens if we change the name of our tool in our agent definition? Right now, this is just tool-string, so things will just break. We also have the problem that we don't have any autocomplete when we were doing that case and then the tool part. So again, things will just break, and that's not good. So the second other really big issue, and I would say this is arguably the worst issue because this is where you're spending more time, is iterating on your tool's input and output schemas. So changing what you need the model to generate and ultimately what you're returning from it. So this is actually the error that I got from my editor when I was running this code here. So certainly not maintainable and a recipe for disaster. So how do we fix this? Do we manually type the input and output schemas for all of our tools? I think that's a pretty bad idea, and you can already imagine the version skewing between forgetting to update your input or output schemas when you're updating the tool. So don't want to do that. So we want to make it maintainable. And before we make any changes, I want to think of what the ideal scenario is here. To me, I'd love to literally just iterate on my tools, and the front end should just know and update. My agent is my source of truth for all of the types that consume it. Thankfully, with the AI SDK, this is possible. But we need to do a little setup first. And where are we going to start? We're going to start with the atomic unit of state in our application, the trusty message. In AI SDK, this message is called a UI message. And the really, really cool part here is that UI message is generic. So we can create our own custom type for our application. Let's see how. We're going to go back to our agent definition here, same as before. And we're just going to collapse that type definition so we have some space to work. We're going to import the UI message type, and we're going to create our own UI message. Right now, it's not doing anything, nothing special here, but we have 3 generic arguments that we can pass it, and we're going to focus on the third, which is for our tools. But how do we get the type for our tools? It feels like we're maybe stuck a little bit here. Do we have to take every single type definition and put them into its own object? Thankfully not. We can access all of the tools on our social launch agent by using social launch agent.tools. And then we have a type helper from the AI SDK that will infer from that type. So with one line of code, we get all of the types for all of our tools. And we can pass that in as the third type into our UI message. So now, does it work? Are we home free now? No, we've obviously got to use this type. But how do we use it? Well, we head to the front end. We had to use chat exactly how we had it before. We import our message type, and then we pass it in as the first generic argument into use chat. And now, believe it or not, we scroll down into our code, and we've got full type safety on our inputs and our output schemas. And we can even test this out right now. We could go to our fetch pull request tool, and we can change one of the input schema keys from repository to repo. And if we head back into the front end, we can see immediately we have an error and that our input key or our input type has been updated. So this is clearly helpful with a single tool. But imagine your application continues to grow, you're iterating on tools, different people in your teams working on different tools. This is a bit superlative here, but I think this is a life-changing improvement to maintaining your application. Also recall, we had the issue, obviously, with this generic part type. Now part type includes all of your tools in line. Super, super cool, and kind of wild how simple it is at the end of the day. But not all tools are made equal. Some can take 5 seconds, while others can take a minute. We can stream the inputs as they're generated, as we were doing before, but what about everything that's happening in the tool's execution loop? Right now, it's kind of just blocking. How do we fix this? Users are just twiddling their fingers. It's not delightful right now, so let's make it so. The big question here is, how do we stream updates? It's a tricky one, because we don't really want to author our own stream. This, if anybody reads, was literally, I think I prompted, can you make some really convoluted code for manually streaming things? We also don't want to take our existing stream and just like stringify some data and pass it in and then try and parse it out on the client. Sounds like a recipe for disaster. What I'd love to be able to do is just yield things whenever they're available. With the AI SDK, you can. And it's called preliminary tool results. So this is the tool, the fetch pull request tool. And we can see that we have a few asynchronous functions that we're collecting data from. This leads to blocking UI between the point that the model generates the inputs and this execute function resolves. What we can do with preliminary tool results is we can change the execute function into a generator function and then just yield out the data as it becomes available. And now, if we head back to our component, we can see the data arriving to the client as it's being fetched, which is super, super cool. The other thing, now that we have this ability to yield anything, we could send things like statuses. So we could say, we're now fetching the PR, then we're reading the change files, then we're sending each of the highlighted files as they come. And so now, if I head back to my component, we can see this really awesome interactive component of literally everything that's coming as it's being generated. So I think this is getting to the point where it's pretty delightful now compared to where we started with. And the user has full visibility, importantly, over everything the agent is doing, exactly when it's doing it, not after. So we've made this pretty delightful, but maybe at the expense of making this maintainable. Maybe we've gone 2 steps forward and like 5 steps back. Because I don't think anyone would believe me if I said that component that you just saw was 3 lines of code. And the way that we were doing before, we were mapping through the parts in line in our single page, right? So how do we fix this? How do we make this more maintainable? We do the thing that we've been doing in web dev for a while now, right? We pull it out and put it into its own component. But what are the props for this component, right? A tool isn't just like the input and output. There are different states now because its input is generating, and then it's streaming, and then it's available, and then the output is going. Like, you have this code, and arguably, I don't know if that's that much better. We could pass in the part, and I think that's ultimately the way to do it. But how do we type the part, right? Because it's not a tool call. So we could just type it as any, right? Like that's a room full of TypeScript developers. Is that what we do? Yeah? No, right to jail, right to jail. The cool thing is we did think about this, and we have a type helper that allows you to pass in your exact tool definition, and it extracts the tool in that part format. So you get all of the beauty of all of this dynamic UI and type safety in its own file. Sadly, that's all I have for you today, but there's actually so much more that you can do with the AI SDK with custom data parts, allowing you to stream any type-safe arbitrary data from the server to the client. We also have message-level metadata for sending things like tokens, as well as the duration of your agent, and so much more. If you want to learn more, check out aisdk.dev, and if you have any questions, come and find me after. I would love to talk about it. Thanks so much. Any questions now or no?
Much, Nico. Thanks. The next speaker, in my opinion, he doesn't really need an introduction. So he's an influencer, a writer, a founder, a dev tool advisor, and currently in developer relations at Cognition. So he created Latent Space, which arguably the best podcast in AI, and also the AI Engineer Conference that has shaped the conversation across the industry. So everyone, please welcome Sean Wan, aka Swix, to the stage to deliver his talk, The Impossible Triangle of LLM Infra.
Is this on? I don't know if it's
I think
on.
it's on, yeah.
Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. Yeah, apparently I was supposed to speak earlier, and I just got off a flight, so they had to move things back for me. And the title, a couple corrections. One, I'm technically not DevRel at Cognition. I'm technically member of staff is what I've been calling it. And then 2, I had to rename the talk once I saw that I could make a triangle with this. So it's like just aesthetically pleasing. Okay, so I am not going to show you that much code, but I'm here to show you a mental model and a framework that has been guiding a lot of my developer tooling, thinking, advising, and all that. I started my career as a financial analyst. I worked in hedge funds and trading and as an economist. And I think like a lot of my writing that you guys might have read or heard about, it comes from the point of view of like looking at developer tooling and frameworks as an investor and as an economist. So why do I say that? When I talk about impossible triangles, I don't mean this one, which you might have seen in math. I actually mean this other one, which if you've taken a macro sort of econ 101 class, you might be familiar with the impossible trinity of macroeconomics, which is like either you have free capital flow and fixed exchange rate, or sovereign monetary policy. You can pick 2 out of 3 at best, but you cannot pick all 3. And you can sort of validate yourself thinking about it as someone, if you run your own country someday. Thinking about this as though is what I went through coming from Singapore, right? In Singapore, we want free capital flow, people investing and transferring money in and out. We want like a relatively stable exchange rate. In exchange for that, we do not get to make our own monetary policy. We basically import whatever monetary policy we have from the US. And you can freeze one of the others, then you have to give up on the others. And when you try to violate the impossible triangle, you get currency crises like we did in the 1990s and with the British pound sterling. Okay, anyway, so that's a whole different ballgame. Coming closer to tech, I think this is something that you might have also seen, another impossible triangle in tech, which is called the CAP theorem. I definitely think that CAP theorem is not become as popular recently just because it's really like, you can only ever pick 2 out of 3 sides. If you're interested in like the updates of CAP theorem, look up PACE-LC, P-A-C-E-L-C, which is not a triangle, but more accurate to the modern trade-offs of databases. Okay, so but really what we're talking about here is JavaScript. We're at JavaScript TypeScript conference. I am a survivor of the front-end wars of the 2010s, and obviously Mastra has roots in that. We can put names to all these. Obviously, I think the interesting thing is that when I think about these names, and I think when I worked at Netlify back in the day, I looked at all these other companies that were sort of peer groups to ours, and I was thinking like, all right, all of us are venture backed, like all of us are trying to compete in some way. All of us ended up building each other's features, and who would win? I think the answer is relatively obvious now, but 10 years ago it was not. And I think like that's a very sustainable way to just look at any industry, any sector of anything that you're trying to look at, not just as an investor, but also as a developer, because when you are a developer, you are also investing when you make a choice of framework or a choice of tooling, or whatever you think about. In fintech, this is a fun one. Can anyone put names to any of these? I forgot to mention that there might be some audience participation in this. Shout out one for expenses. Concur, Mercury? That's interesting. That's a fun one. Payroll. Gusto. I actually had Gusto's name on there. Okay, all right. I don't want to extend this too long. I actually have Mercury in that corner, and it's funny that whoever said that said Mercury for expenses, because they do some expenses, but then there's also Ramp and Brex. So Ramp and Brex are like, hey, what the heck? Like, and I think like when you see these companies fighting and like starting to invade on each other's territory, you're seeing the impacts of the impossible triangle because they cannot all win together. As investors kind of have to pick sides. As people who are buying their tech or buying their software, you have to like think about like which of these needs are being expressed through what the shape of the market is right now, and what actually is useful for my company. Same thing for data engineering, which is the industry I was in before AI. This might be a tougher crowd to do this in, but shout out names: ELT pipelines. Databricks, ELT pipelines, when a data warehouse is right there. Okay. BI? Oh, sorry. I see the theme. Okay, so I put Databricks there, but arguably they own everything. But it's interesting that the DBT Fivetran merger came as a direct result of them running out of TAM, right? Like so you can kind of predict this exact thing happening because they had nowhere else to go. The final point I made before coming back to LLM Infra is that they can also nest. You can go really, really small. My talk was supposed to be right after Browser Base's talk, so I was going to do this. This is a fun one. Browser race will tell you that browser automation is all you need, but also you have web search and web scraping, right? Put names to all these, and you have the broad market, and you can think about the trade-offs in your tech choices, right? Okay, but all these are basically subsets of the biggest triangle of them all, which is networking, compute, storage, which is like the principal components of cloud. You can also analyze all cloud's offerings as like particular combinations of these things, right? So storage plus networking equals CDN, storage plus compute equals databases. You get a lot of these like typical kind of combinations as well. In larger clouds, you get interesting other combinations. Like this is the Amazon one, that's the HashiCorp one. All these are referenced, by the way, in the slides, which I posted up on my blog already, if you can look at it. But you don't have to remember all of these. I think like after studying tons of companies, this is kind of what I've arrived at. You have the basic principal components. I think auth is kind of the sort of unique standout that I didn't cover in there. And then you have the high performance versions of each of all of them. The interesting thing is that you can basically tie a business model to every single one of these things, right? You can pay for CPU, you can pay for bandwidth, you can pay for disk, you can pay for users. And I think like this is how you think about developer tooling and business models and how you sort of combine them ultimately, because these are the atomic units. You cannot get smaller than this. Okay, so LLM infra. What are we going to do for these three, right? I'm going to fast forward to the answer because I don't have the sort of mental bandwidth. I'm a bit sick, and I just flew in from Brazil. I'm a bit sick, so I'm gonna sort of play this out. This is what I really think in terms of the impossible trinity of LLM infra, and obviously there's a strong tie to master at the end. So you have, at the sort of bottom left, we have model/API hosting. I think obviously this is a very, very big market because basically it has the model labs as well as the APIs and the people that host open models as well. You have the framework sort of companies, and then you have the observability companies. And similar to like how CAP theorem is like kind of a false trinity because there's two sides that like really get picked a lot more than the other side. I think this also has a very similar dynamic to that. If you sort of blow this up a little bit, this is what I wrote about last year with like the individual jobs to be done of any individual one of these platforms. When you're buying an infra platform, you are basically buying some bundle of this. If you don't have it in the platform that you picked, you're going to have to build it on your own, or wait for them to build it for you. If you're investing in them, you're kind of going up against whoever's in neighboring territory because that's eventually what you have to do anyway to conquer some land. I would have answered more of these in sort of Q&A, but I do think that one of the more underappreciated things is like what actually an LLM API platform does for you. I think a lot of people underappreciate what that might look like. Anyway, I'll just keep going. So Mastra obviously started out as a TypeScript framework, and I think has done a very, very good job of like owning that space that LangChain left behind. I think, but also what's interesting for me and totally predictable if you understand impossible theory, impossible theory is that what Mastra did next, which is all this stuff, right? Observability, evals, auth, and master model router, which I just looked at the blog. I was like, oh yeah, all right, it's right there. I know exactly where to put it because I'm not surprised at all once you study the market. These are all the same jobs that need to be done. So I think a question for you guys as developers is, what bundle of this do you need? What bundle of what sort of superset of tools do you need to get your job done? I think a general approach to what I think about and recommend developers in their careers and in their investing and building and founding things is the problems always stay the same, the solutions come and go, right? So as long as you deeply understand the problem and understand like the checklist of like, here's everything, I have a strong opinion that I need, and then you have a very robust basis to evaluate solutions that solve those problems. So I strongly recommend you think about this. You may not agree with me exactly on the placement of this or the naming of the category, but usually impossible triangles arise everywhere in life, and LLM infra is no exception. That's it.
Well, I am officially the only blocker for you guys for lunch. So we are gonna have lunch soon, but before that, I have a little bit more logistics to share with everyone. So during lunch, we will have something special. So we're gonna have a book signing with Mastertrust CEO, Sam. So as I mentioned at the very beginning of the session, Sam is an author for 2 books. The first one is The Principle of Building AI Agents, which I know a lot of you might have already, and it's seen that all over the place in San Francisco. The second, the new book, is The Pattern for Building AI Agent, which is officially launching today. So Sam's new book, Patterns for Building AI Agents, focus on a few things. So in the book, he will cover things like agent design patterns, such as dynamic agents and human-in-the-loop workflows, context engineering, including parallelization, compression, and avoiding failure modes. Eval workflows, a lot of our speakers mentioned, including creating the eval suites and mapping the failure modes to metrics with domain experts feedback, and also security fundamentals, such as preventing the prompt injection, sandboxing code execution, and implementing the AI agent's access control. So everyone, please grab the lunch and pick up the book, and also say hi to Sam. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll see you soon in the afternoon.
on. Excellent. I can hear myself. Welcome back after lunch, everybody. A lot of people have seen me here wearing a Mastra t-shirt at a Mastra conference and being like, congratulations on your new job at Mastra. And so I just need to clarify, I do not work for Mastra. I'm just being the MC today. I work at Arise. We do evaluations and observability, but I've worked there for 7 days. So if you ask me questions about the product, I will just sort of blink awkwardly and refer you to our documentation. But now we have lightning demos. The format is going to be a rapid-fire set of demos of projects in the AI space. Everybody is going to get 5 minutes to demo, and then we are going to get 1 to 2 minutes of questions, which is a very short amount of time for questions. So hopefully we'll get just like 1 or 2 questions in that time. And so without further ado, first up we have Sergio Serrano from Arcade presenting on agent tooling and agent auth. Let's hear it for him.
Hello, everyone. Can you listen? All right. Perfect. So today I want to talk about real users, real auth, from local to production. So I want to talk about this because I think everyone here have experience when you build a local agent and you want to connect to Gmail, Slack. So your agent needs to have take real action in the real world. And in local, you basically grab your own credentials, then you drop them in a .env file, or you hard-code it right into the app, and then you use it. And that's OK if you are testing that yourself. You are the only user for that application. But what happens when you want to go with production and you want to have multiple users using that agent? Then each user needs to have their own credentials, their access to their own data and accounts. So that is a problem, because if you are sharing that credential, then everyone has the same access. They can access the same data. It's not scalable. It's not secure. So that's where Arcade comes in. We take care of and we handle all the authentication and authorization part of the agent. So you can use more than 6,000 tools now. You can just use ASDK, Mastra, any orchestration framework, and you can use our tools to basically have end-to-end authentication and security. So I want to show you a quick demo. This is one of our products. This is chat.arcade.dev. And this is a simple agent. And I can ask simple questions like, hey, do I have any meetings on Thursday? And this is the first time I'm using this tool. So I require some credentials, and I can select my account. I want to check my events on that account specifically. And I want to check what are the permissions that I'm giving to that tool so it doesn't remove my events or doesn't edit those events. So here, it's giving me the list of all my events today. And today, I'm on the TypeScript conference, so I cannot assist to the weekly all hands. So I'm going to say something like, hey, can you write an email and let the attendees know that I can make it? So Arcade already knows that I authorize in Google. So I don't need to go through the OAuth flow again and do the whole process. It would just check those credentials, use them, and it will create an email, draft the email. And I can just click on that link and check the email, see if everything's OK. If I agree with the text, then I can just send it. So Arcade helps you build local agents and push it to production. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can email me to sergio@arcade.dev, and you can scan that QR code. It will take you to our docs.
Have we got 1 or 2 questions from the audience? Anybody, anybody? All right, I'll ask one question, which is what is your next big thing at Arcade?
Our next?
Your next big thing. What's
NCP is the new thing in this space. So Now we have NCP gateways. So basically, you can grab any NCP, like a GitHub NCP, Node NCP, and basically add those tools to your repository and use them in any orchestration framework. So you can just grab NCPs, grab those tools, and use them.
Cool. Thank you. Let's hear it again.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is going to be Dan Guswin from Vapi, who is going to be showing off some cutting-edge voice AI functionality. Let's hear it for him.
Howdy, folks. How's everybody doing? Good. First things first, how many of y'all heard of Vapi before? Can you raise your hands, please? All right, I'm at the right venue. Excellent. My name is Dan Guswin. Let me set up the screen share real quick. I am a developer relations and partnerships lead at Vapi. And I am here to show you what Vapi is and what you can build with Vapi. So here's my Twitter if you want to reach out ever with questions. My handle is Guswin. First things first, why Vapi exists. We believe voice AI is going to be the next paradigm shift in digital experiences. Just like iPhone revolutionized how people interact with technology, we believe voice will be the next frontier of how people interact with technology. So what is Vapi? All things conversational AI. You want to have your text-to-speech models, LLM, and speech-to-text model pipeline together. All of that is figured out for you. All you have to do is figure out the providers that you want to use, select them in the dashboard, and you're done. And you have all the primitives for building agents on top of that figured out with excellent SDKs. And traditional pipeline is facilitated by connecting 3 models together, speech-to-text, LLM, and text-to-speech. But there are also speech-to-speech models available. We have all kinds of SDKs and all kind of tooling available to support you in whatever you're building. So even if you are non-technical, you'll be able to build yourself through the dashboard and deploy your agents to production by hooking them up with Twilio phone numbers. And in case it is not clear by now what the point of Vapi is, it is the fastest way to production possible. There's no other solution out there that will get you to a prototype faster than Vapi. Excellent. Let me show you a quick demo. I have a little application here that is not exactly the traditional type of Vapi demo, but I thought it would be cool for an AI conference. It is a Vapi assistant hooked up to a Gemini Live model that is continuously interpreting the webcam feed from my computer. So I'll start the call right now, and we'll ask it what it sees. Actually, let me make sure I have the audio on the right output. Cool. Demo gods, please. Maybe demo gods are not kind today. Let me try this.
Hello.
All right, this will have to do. Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing well. Nice setup you've got going there. Looks like a live video of yourself. Love the orange lenses and bold blazer combo. Are you prepping for a presentation or testing out some AV wizardry?
Well, actually, I am presenting right now. I'm on stage of TypeScript AI Conference put together by Mastra.
Ah, the TypeScript AI Conference? Presented with flair. That red blazer and tinted glasses are definitely commanding attention. Is Mastra your crew or the tech behind this?
No.
Sleek.
Yeah. What do you see right now?
I see you surrounded by a crowd, all seated and facing forward, likely soaking in your presentation. This space looks bright and professional.
Awesome.
Classic conference vibe with those big windows at the back. You're pulling off that selfie pretty well.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Is the audience happy?
The vibe looks positive, focused, attentive, a few smiles here and there. Seems like you're keeping them engaged. Keep it going.
Excellent. Good enough for me. This concludes my demo. But thanks for checking it out. Thank you. Real quick, just as a thank you for everybody to endure my demo, here's the demo source code. You can scan the QR code and check it out for yourself. You can build on top of it if you want. Super easy to go to production with that. And in case you are not technical and you don't want to build anything on top of that, it is deployed on live.vapi.ai, so you can check it out for yourself. Once again, live.vappy.ai. And a little freebie, this coupon will get you started with some API credits in the Vappy dashboard, so take a picture of it. I will not be sharing it with you again. Got it? Awesome, awesome. That will conclude my presentation. I guess we'll open the floor to Q&A.
Have we got any questions for Dan? Over there. There's a microphone coming to you. 1 second.
Hey, awesome demo. That was really cool. Do you find voice models lacking in any way? Is there a place that you wish that the field would, advance, that you're like, oh, I wish this thing was better?
Yeah, actually, the text-to-speech models are evolving at an incredible pace, and we're seeing so much progress over the past year alone that I'm very, very confident that there's barely, if any, use cases out there with like first-world languages that you can't address. There are concerns with like languages that don't have a lot of data publicly available online, like Afrikaans or some bizarre dialects. That would be the only problematic use case. Any other questions?
All right, well, let's hear it. Thank you very much. Amazingly, we are managing to keep on schedule. So next up is going to be Atay Barkai from Copilot Kit, the creator of the AGUI standard.
Hey everybody, great to be here. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, great. I'm Atay, I'm co-founder and CEO of Copilot Kit. Actually, sorry, let me plug this in. Don't start my timer yet. Try again. It disables the control as soon as I try to click it. Look, if I
Go to there's a menu bar for the Mac. Click that. And then
choose content, right?
Yeah.
Disables it.
That's so weird.
Okay, whoa, all right. That was a crazy bug, and apparently it was just a UI bug. When I scrolled to press the thing, it would disable it, but if I scrolled fast enough, it didn't disable it yet, so interesting. All right, again, I'm Atay, I'm co-founder and CEO of Copilot Kit, and we make infrastructure for building agentic applications. Quick show of hand, who's heard of Copilot Kit or of AGUI? Nice, okay. So a little bit about Copilot Kit. Again, we power agentic applications. We have, at this point, millions of agent user interactions that we're powering every week. This slide is a month out of date. We're across 2 million. We have over 180,000 installs per week to our packages. And we work with all the way from Fortune 100s, unicorns, startups, everybody in between. And we're also the company behind the AGUI protocol, which connects agentic backends and agentic frontends. Right, so you can connect to any agentic backend, any agentic frontend. We make React and Angular clients, but there's community clients for Kotlin and Rust and a bunch of other clients out there. And we have first-party partnership and support from lots of the top agent frameworks out there. Our favorites, Mastra, of course, and a bunch of other guys that we hate. CrewAI, Python, LangGraph, Pydantic, AG2, LlamaIndex, Agno. Google just launched their integration very recently, and Amazon and Microsoft are launching theirs very soon as well. Just landed, actually. So yeah, that's a little bit about us. I'm going to try to show you a few of the building blocks for building agentic applications that AGUI and Copilot provide. So the first really simple one, of course, is chat. You can say hello, you can chat with the thing. There's also front-end tool calls, right? So if you want to let the agent execute tools on the front end, you can do that. This is a really simple example with changing the background color. Another one I'll show really quickly is shared state between the agent and the application. So here we have a recipe builder, and let's say we want to build, make a spicy pasta dish. And we see here as the agent is running and changing the state, this is reflected in native application UI in real time. This works in both directions, so I can edit it and it will see that. There's a lot of other building blocks like human in the loop and generative UI and lots of other things, but I'll quickly jump to an actual application you can build with these building blocks. By the way, all of these building blocks are available for all of these different agents that you can use. So this is a really simple example of one type of agentic application you can build, kind of a cursor for anything. This is a cursor for to-do board. So we can tell it to create tickets for building a great website from scratch for my new use agent hook that is going to be introduced soon. And we see here, if you wanted to fully automate a project manager, let's say, we all know that LMs are not there right now. But if you wanted instead to bring a Copilot or a cursor or Cloud Code for your project manager, that's within reach right now. That can significantly amplify everybody's work here. So this is a full application, so it does its work, but we can iterate on this. Maybe some of these things are done. We can interact with it really intelligently. So I can, for example, tell it to let's create QA tickets for all the items that are done to make sure that they're actually done. And we see here it can see all of the state of the application and bring it back. We have here really basic generative UI to show what the tools are doing as they're executing. You have full control for that as a developer. And yeah, we see that it just created these tickets. So this is actually a really simple example. It's part of a workshop that we have where people build this live in a space of an hour and a half or so. So the sky's the limit. And maybe to end, I'll show our new, I'll have to share screen again. So this is a risky switch. Let's see if I'll go for it. I'll go for it. I want to show a new interface that we're going to be launching really soon. Same problem. Let's see. This is crazy. Feels like a prank. All right, I think I'll just stay with the window that's currently displayed. So maybe I'll show a few of the other building blocks that are available here with the Dojo. So I showed you the agentic chat. I showed you shared state, human in the loop. This is an example of backend tool rendering, right? So any tool that is executing by the agent in the background, you can render that. The weather card that we all know and love. Another really cool one is agentic generative UI. So you can represent the agent's state as it's executing, not just from tools. And I see here some AGUI superstars in the background too, by the way. So this is a really great building block that is useful with agentic applications. Yeah, this is the platform. Maybe to just briefly talk without showing you the code, which is what I was planning to do, about the new use agent directive that we're introducing. We're releasing Copilot 150 in 2 weeks that has all the old interfaces continuing to work with brand new internals, but also brand new developer interfaces that let you connect, again, to any agent in parallel. You can have many different agents in your application at the same time. You can clone agents, so if you wanted to start one thread and then do something a little bit different, start another thread, you can do that really easily as well. Yeah, that's the essence of it. So I'd love to take any questions if there are any. All right. So thanks, everybody. And,
all right, thank you, Atai. Next up, we have a slight change in the order of speaking. We have Simon Farshid from Assistant UI showing off one of the most popular agentic front ends. Let's hear it for him.
Hey everyone, I'm Simon. I work in Assistant UI. We're not a fintech, we're a developer tool. So we give you chat-CN components and Radix UI components for AI chat. Today I want to use most of my time to vibe code an AI app in 5 minutes with the help of Assistant UI and Mastra. So earlier today I built this Twitter MCP server like 3 hours ago that has 2 functions, propose tweet and send tweet. I built this with Mastra and then deployed it to Mastra Cloud. So this is my account here. I have the available tools on the MCP server that I deployed here. Propose tweet is a human tool call where the AI creates a message body for what it wants to tweet, and then the user can edit it and or approve it right away. And then send tweet sends that to the Twitter API. Before we begin, we need a UI for the human in the loop interface. So I'm going to go to tool-ui.com. And we got a bunch of tool UIs here. This is like the future of software interfaces. I'm not going to use any of these directly because none of them work for my use case. So I'm just going to go to the builder. And I could describe what I want here, but I have an MCP server. So let me just go here. Let me find my URL. It's here, and then this thing. There we go. All right, so I'm now connecting to Master Cloud, loading the 2 tools that I have. Then I'm going to click on Generate. And because I have an MCP server, we have all the instructions we need to build a UI here. So what happens here is that we're sending a bunch of context about what the tool looks like to the AI. This is using Claude 3.5, 4.5. And then we use Freestyle, another startup who powers the sandbox and the code execution here. It starts an Next.js server, lets the AI go and write 2 files. And let's see what it did. So this is the UI. I got 3 buttons down here. I can edit the post. Let's see. OK, saving works as well, and then you can accept it. Looks good. Let's look at the code. Looks good. OK, so I just copied it. And now I'm going to use Assistant UI to build the app, the main front end. So I'm going to go to my terminal. I'm going to do a new terminal, npx assistant UI create. And I'm going to use a template called MCP so that I have my MCP server set up. Let's call it my app. It's going to go and install my packages. In the meantime, I can go in the app. I can go in components, create a new file under the tools folder called approve.tsx, paste the code that I got from toolui.com, and then I can go and in my assistant import it right here. There we go. And now I can go in the folder and run the dev command. All right. Tweet about how awesome TS-Conf AI is. Let's see. Let's remove the hashtags. I don't like them. And then let's post it. We call this on tweet. Let's take a look. There we go. Just post it. Everything I showed you is open source, so scan this QR code, go to our website, all the links are there. We're hiring, so I'd love to talk to you. We also have a careers page on assassin-ui.com. Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience? We've got time for one or two. It's tough to come up with questions right on the spur of the moment. So
I'll be around.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Next up is going to be Zach Wick from Circuit and Chisel, showing off a payments protocol for agents and MCP. Let's hear it.
So I work for a company called Circuit and Chisel. Our product is ATXP. We're that logo confusing. The one that's ATXP. Oh my God. All right. I originally thought I only had 3 minutes, and turns out I have 5, so cool. Who likes building things? Oh, great. Who likes managing a whole bunch of different API keys when you're trying out new models or adding MCP servers? All right. It's about the number of hands I expected. Who likes doing marketing for the cool shit that they build? I am surprised. You're my people. So here at ATXP, we make a payments protocol for agentic systems. And what I have built here and what I'm showing you all is something you can actually go all use. And what ATXP is it is a payments framework so that you can give your agent a wallet, and then that agent can use that wallet to pay for inference on a pay-per-token basis at any OpenAI compatible model. You can use paid MCP servers. You can use other paid agents. And with that, you get one integration that you can use across a whole host of things. This example, it's going and looking at our own docs website, and it's going to build me a Reddit-optimized ad for a sentence that I hope describes all of you, builders of agentic systems and MCP tools who are looking to monetize their tools. We all like making money. So you can see here that my little ad builder agent just spent a penny to generate an ad image, and now that image is generating. This is why I was a little concerned that I only had 3 minutes, because sometimes generating images takes a little bit. So while this is going, some of the other MCP servers that our team has built that you can go out and use right now, we've got things for browsing the web, crawling web, pulling things from the web, search, just like Google search and give you an answer. You can do deep research. You can search X and Twitter. You can create and use PostSQL databases in the cloud. You can create music from lyrics in any style you want. You can generate video. You can generate images. You can run code in the sandbox. If you want to monetize your own MCP server, it is exactly one line of code to start accepting payments through ATXP. If you have an agent that is, and you want to use an X402 enabled MCP server, you can actually use ATXP to wrap X402. So you still only have one integration that you're now using an even larger ecosystem with. My ad has been created, and the designer on our team is going to kill me because apparently this is the ugliest ad I've ever seen. But there you go. And I even got some targeting metrics for Reddit and some audience, some subreddits that this ad might do nicely in. And presumably these are some of the subreddits that you all hang out in. I think that was my 3 minutes I planned for. So I'll take a question or two or three. Is anyone, right here.
I saw it paid with USDC. So is it using crypto, and what's the on-ramp like? Does it, you plug
Yeah.
the card and it converts it?
It is built on top of crypto payment rails. And the on-ramp is all of you right now can go to accounts.atxp.ai, and when you create an account, we'll give you $10 in free credit to use. If you find myself or one of my teammates, I see Brian over there, I don't know where Rob is, we have little cards that will give you $25, $50, or $100 of free use. But yeah, it's built on top of crypto rails. We support a variety of different chains, World Token, Solana, Base, some others. We do all the things that you expect from a payments platform, batch payments, where you can prepay and then use up some credit. And then that on-ramp is add funds, pay with a card, receive funds from somewhere else. And yeah, great question. Any others?
What are agents paying for most frequently for your code?
It's a great question. We see a lot of image generation right now, and we have some other products that we're making that some of our customers use out in the wild that do the Twitter search, and a lot of this inference, like paper token inference. And through that inference, we have this fancy LLM gateway where you can use, I don't know how many because it's a gross amount, but it's like 1,000 different OpenAI compatible models you can use all from one integration by just swapping out the model you're calling.
What do you do for fraud or prevent fraud?
It's a great question. Brian, do you have an answer for how do we prevent fraud? I'll put you on the spot. The question is, what do we do about fraud? So thankfully, we haven't had to really figure out a real solution to that problem yet. My boss might be hitting me up on Slack right now if he's watching the live stream. I don't have a better answer for you right now. Thankfully, your agent is limited to spending whatever is in that wallet you give it, right? So, if you put 10 grand in there, well, that's kind of on you. If you put $100 in there, maybe that's not such a big deal if it goes to some fraudy thing. I don't, here in the middle.
Hi, have you done any experiments on how the economics of it affects LLM's decisions? Because now that it has to pay,
yes.
Does it affect the decisions it make, or is it not even aware of it's paying for stuff?
The agent knows it's paying for things, right? Because if you look at these logs here, we are kind of built on top of the OAuth bits of the MCP protocol. And so like the agent knows that, hey, you've got a payment required. You can see it right here, throwing a payment required error, and then, hey, go in here and make this payment and all of this. So the agent knows. I come from a economics background. There's a fascinating internal conversation that we are currently having about the economy of agents paying for things. I don't know if it really changes all that much how the LLM is doing, but I guess you could use the LLM gateway to like spend a penny here and there and see if you saw anything meaningful.
Are you able to limit how much you have allocated per task? Like if I wanted to go crawl 100 websites or something, they just say you have $10 to do that.
Yeah, so that's in your, when you set up your wallet there and you put some funds in it, presumably you could just make a new wallet for a different agent. Our canonical example that we use when we talk about things internally is the payments pyramid, where you've got a marketing budget and your marketing agent has to go out and buy a copywriting service and buy some ads and all of this. And so presumably, for each campaign, you'd say, hey, this is my budget for this campaign. Here's the wallet for that agent. Go do what you will with it. Well, thank you. Oh.
Thank you very much for all of the questions. We're going to head on to our next demo. All right, getting back to the regular order, our next demo is going to be from my friend Dustin Shao from Postman, who is going to be showing off an agent builder. Let's hear it for him.
Thank you, Lori. I have 9% battery, so I hope this thing charges as well. 8% battery. All right. I'll talk as fast as I can. Oh, come on, really? Shift. OK, whatever. That's fine. OK, so my name's Dustin. I lead the API client team at Postman. We'll start with a little bit of engagement. So I want to start with a couple questions. First of all, please raise your hand if you've ever used Postman. OK, that's nearly 100%. Thank you. Please raise your hand, or I guess keep it raised if you've used Postman in the last week. OK, a little less, about 50%. Please keep your hands raised if you've used Postman for anything other than the HTTP protocol. OK, less. All right, so what I wanted to kind of show today is a couple things. So I think Postman is perceived as this kind of like, in many users' minds, a Postman of like 10 years ago. And we spent a lot of time over the past couple of years evolving the product in a lot of ways that I think benefit you as developers. So first, we'll show the workflows that you all are familiar with. So this is the HTTP client. This is what millions of developers use every single day to send a request to your response. Send it, 200 OK, right? Just works. Sweet. All right, but the life of a developer can oftentimes be frustrating. I send this request. I get a 404, and it's like, ah, shit, what's going on? Come on, right? So a new feature we've been iterating on is called agent mode. So what you can do here is you can send with AI. This is kind of like a cursor-like extension that can actually drive the UI and update the UI, getting you to a successful request. So see the issue. I can see the issue. Your request is configured as a post, but it's actually a GET. It's got some nice kind of inline approval workflows. I actually don't like using them. Usually I use auto-run, AKA YOLO mode. We'll go ahead and approve, and we get to that 200 OK. So these are the kinds of like affordances that we've been building. But when I mentioned that I think people perceive Postman as around 10 years ago, we do so much more than just HTTP, right? So we have a great GraphQL client. So this really nice kind of inspector. We'll say, hello, person, myself, query, works. We have a great gRPC client, one of the best in the industry. Hello, TypeScript AI Conf. Hello world demos, very, very complicated. We also have what we call an AI request. So this is highly useful. I was actually quite inspired by the master team. I wish the engineer Tyler was here, but he had a great tweet a couple days ago, or weeks ago, where it was like, master now supports every model anywhere. So any model, whether it's local, hosted, using Bedrock, Azure, whatever. So we support the same thing. So you can come here, use any model that is available, including ones that are working locally. And you can test, add tools, validate, debug. So tell me some fun facts about TypeScript, and use cowboy language. All right. Howdy there, partner. What about TypeScript? It's a souped-up JavaScript steed. All right. Thank you, Gemini. All right. So we also have an MCP client. So here, if you're building AI, oftentimes you're using MCP. One of the most useful affordances or like feature sets of MCP is a tool. So what you can do here is TypeScript conf. Again, hello world, right? So this, in some sense, competes with like the MCP inspector. If you have the misprivilege of using the MCP inspector, I would certainly recommend trying our MCP client. I think it's much better, but form your own opinion. And then finally, of course, we have WebSocket, Socket.io, MQTT, et cetera. So you might be wondering, well, this isn't agents. Like, what the heck? We're at an agent conference with TypeScript. Cool. Let's show that as well. So we'll go to a different workspace. And so we have a product that we call Flows. It's actually quite similar. So I don't know if folks saw at the OpenAI conference, I think 2 weeks ago, they launched this product called AgentKit. It was really validating of the space, because we've had a very similar product for 2 years. And I don't think enough people know about how great it is. So what I'm going to show first, there will actually be some code here and some TypeScript, is a flow that I wrote, which demonstrates building an agent and deploying an agent using Postman. So what this basically is it's an action that is triggered via a Slack webhook. And then the Slack webhook is an emoji. So I kind of like to build little automations for my team and for myself to do various kinds of functionalities, so I can like offload boring work. So a couple of things that we do, and I'll show in just a second, is if you use this like ticket emoji, it'll open up a ticket in the Jira backlog. we have the misprivilege of using Jira. Additionally, if you, as an example, use a siren emoji, then it'll like page the on-call team. So what we'll go ahead now and show, sorry for the small monitor, is let's say, OMG, prod is down. And flag a little ticket on it. This will now invoke the webhook that I just showed, and then invoke the various like APIs as well as LLM calls to categorize that. Oh, that's a ticket. I used the wrong one. We actually want to use the siren, so we'll do both. All right. So I think I actually did just page the team. Sorry, guys. Testing in a live demo. All right, so this is kind of like, I'm sure people have seen all these kinds of demos before. What I'm basically kind of showing here is that, when you come to Postman, you might come for the client, but I hope you stay for things that are much, also useful and also can be, a big game changer in your day-to-day life. And then, what I've kind of showed is pretty simple. So now I want to show a more complicated workflow. All right, so we've been building a lot of agents internally, again, to kind of like automate various tasks and get some insights more quickly. So one thing that maybe people know or don't know is that we have a pretty thriving open source issue tracker. So over 3,000 issues that, it's a lot of issues, and it's hard to kind of get signal from that noise. So we built an agent called Era that you can basically just like query ping, and it'll, the first thing it'll do is it'll use context that's been established to basically like get all those issues into a DB, and then we'll use AI, particularly the ChatGPT model, to then kind of like assess and summarize. So what we'll do here is show me the 10 most recent issues. All right, so this is also built as a flow. It has some nicer affordances than the one that I built. So you can see it's currently finding answers, evaluating. And while this is running, I wanted to kind of show and walk through, like how this all works. So the first thing it does is it receives a request. It authenticates with Slack, gets the Slack message body, lots of freaking if branches, branches on branches on branches. And then eventually what it'll do is it'll leverage that data and context it has. And then once it returns, which hopefully it did, here are the 10 most recent created issues. Disabled headers, Postman flows. That's not a summary. Please summarize it for me. Right, so this is kind of the illustration of the breadth of the Postman product. So what I would really encourage you to do, for everyone who had their hand raised at the beginning, please check out this newer functionality that we're building. Let us know what you think, and please talk to me after the conference if you have any feedback. All right, any questions? Hello, yeah, you. %6 battery. It did not die.
One, two. Hi. I saw you had an MCP client. I think it's pretty cool. Do you have plans for making ACP client?
Not as of yet. So we've been kind of monitoring that space and also A2A as a general protocol to see whether we should support it. But definitely I'd love to chat with you after to see how you're thinking of that space evolving and what could be useful. Can I get one more question? And then I'll pass to the next demoer. All right, there's one more.
I'm curious, I guess throughout the presentation you mentioned that you folks have had trouble shifting the perception of Postman from what it was 10 years ago to all the features that have been built today.
Yeah.
I'm curious what your strategy is to, change that perception.
Speak at conferences. No. So in general, I've always believed that if you build a great product, eventually users will come. Maybe that's the classic developer answer. I think that mental model that users hold is our greatest blessing. It's also kind of our greatest curse because it does feel that all of the functionality that I just demoed, which hopefully was interesting and maybe people think is useful, not enough people use it for how good it is. So in general, the strategy I would say is that I think the most effective kind of marketing is like developer to developer. So that's why I'm here today. Hopefully some of you can now spread the good word, if you actually like it, of like how Postman has evolved and how it's gotten better.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, thank you everyone.
All right, let's hear it one more time for all of our lightning demos. All right. Now, while we set up some new chairs for our next panel, I'm going to introduce our guests. We've seen what's possible with agents and tooling. It's time now to zoom out. We're going to talk about what keeps it all running reliably in production, which is observability. As more teams move from prototypes to real workloads, understanding how models behave and misbehave becomes mission critical. To help us unpack the future of LLM observability, we're going to be welcoming Sam Bhagwat, our CEO, or rather, Master's CEO, not my CEO. And two panelists, Mark Klingen, the co-founder and CEO of LangFuse, an open source LLM engineering platform, and Jason Lopatecki, the founder and CEO of Arise, and my boss as of 7 days ago. Also an AI and ML observability platform. Please let's give a warm welcome to our panelists.
How's it going, everyone? Hey, everyone. Good to see you. Guess this is probably my chair. You know how much everyone loves panels. So we're gonna have a conversation here, and then I think after we have a conversation, we might have a few minutes at the end for like questions from the audience as well. So the topic today is the future of observability, and we have two sort of founder CEOs of two of the major observability platforms here, Arise and LangFuse. So I'm excited to have this conversation. I think observability is an interesting topic. Maybe a good place to start off is sort of, we talk about observability as sort of evals and traces, but like, I'd love to hear your take, like if you're just getting started, is it evals, is it traces? Like where should folks start?
For me, it's kind of like we just landed on traces initially because we wanted something like ML flow, but for our AI apps that we built as founders like 2 years ago. And we just wanted like traces to see what's happening step by step within the application. It seems to be like the most upstream thing to solve for that is really like that you can just use and then build evals and more like monitoring downstream from this and metrics. So yeah, we just use traces I think traces is like the fundamental thing that you need first.
And I swear we're not biased as observability companies, but I do think evals, my view is, like, I don't know how many people heard the Swix comment a couple weeks ago of like no one's using evals or evals aren't very, like, yeah, I see a lot of heads shaking. I think it's extreme. Like I have, we have a lot of customers. I have customers spending, to OpenAI, not to us, but $1 million a month on evals. So, and they're generating a lot of revenue. So evals are real, they're real. But I do think, and I think you can't build, my view is very skeptical in that I don't think you can build a really high quality agent without doing evals, both offline and online in some real fashion. But if you're starting with, most of you are, and just starting to build, it is traces that you start with. It is, you're using a framework and there's 100 distributed system calls underneath this one line of code and you don't know what's going on or you need to edit a prompt somewhere. It is the magic of being able to replay that, edit some instructions in a prompt and then ship that kind of gets you started. So I'm kind of, traces and observability is like the start I think of what all of you should do, but then evals if you wanted to deliver something of real quality in the end.
Yeah, and that's actually probably a good place to sort of jump on to the next question. How do you see people using online versus offline evals? And maybe the first person to answer can just explain a little bit of the difference between those two to the audience.
Yeah, I mean, offline, I view offline as kind of like unit tests. And you can build them in a couple ways. I feel like the first evals and the vendors in the market were kind of pitching you, build your tests first and then build your app, and so when you ship it's great. And I don't think any one of us really do that. We kind of build something, we vibe test it, we ship it, then we build some evals after. And I think the challenge though is like if you want to make a prompt change, you can break like 15 things. It's so easy to like add some instructions and break 15 things. And so you really want a set of tests. You make a change and you run those and you kind of know you didn't break anything. And so that's kind of like the offline case. It runs typically in code. You push the results into our experiments in one of our platforms. And then online tends to be things running, and I'm dropping insights that are like, is the question answered correctly? Is the person frustrated? Is the tool call, am I, tool call is correct here? And then online, I mean, we used it for more interesting things. We have planning in some agents and understanding if the flow is correct. So you can kind of, is it taking a step? And you kind of have these bugs that come up and maybe you want to catch them. So you can do really deep technical stuff and you can do high level product stuff as someone frustrated with online. So those are kind of the two I see.
Yeah, I think for us, we see like a long, big loop between the two, because usually you do like offline testing, but you don't even know what you're testing for when you're launching, especially when you are like following the kind of, oh, we need evals before we even launch. You don't even know what users will be doing with the application. Like the distribution can be so broad. You test for something, and then people do something else, and you don't notice. It's like a continuous, like using like online eval. I think it's more like monitoring of like how to detect whether something works in prod. And then off of this, you find like interesting new cases to add to offline evals to hopefully at some point be like, oh, if I make a change and evals go up, then actually the user experience goes up. But in the beginning, this is not the case. It's just like your evals look good, but the users still have a bad time. So yeah, that's kind of like this loop between the two. I think we see most like B2C applications just launch to prod because you don't really care that much about the experience of a single user, and then use online monitoring more, and more like B2B apps. Like, I don't know, if you build AI for lawyers, then you have like some idea of, oh, we need like 1,000 test cases first, need to get lawyers on the team to label data. Like, it's a bit like what kind of application you build where you focus first. But usually it's like, if you can, just go to production and see what users do with it, and then start with online evals because it's much faster, like time to value.
I agree. Question for, how many people have wrote an eval here?
Just maybe raise their hands.
All right.
Okay. And then maybe another question, like how many people have sort of like evals that are running like regularly in a cron job or CI or something?
Okay, yeah, that's good.
Okay, yeah, so a decent amount of hands go up the first time, fewer hands up the second time, which is an interesting data point, I think, just of the composition and some of the challenges of kind of bringing evals into, and maybe even just like launching into production in general. So I think like one kind of like interesting thing that's, kind of floating around the space is the OTel standard. So open telemetry, for those who aren't familiar, it's a standard for traces. And I'd love to hear like both of your takes on kind of pro cons of OTel for instrumentation and instrumentation and exports of tracing.
We were comparatively, I'd say, late to OpenTelemetry because we cared a lot about like how the user experience is, especially in TypeScript, and we felt like OpenTelemetry is a bit bloated and we needed a lot of engineering effort to make it nice. So initially we started by just forking the Mixpanel SDKs and Postgres SDKs to build something ourselves, but then more and more realized actually you want distributed tracing like with A2A, or you want like auto instrumentation of Prism or Drizzle or something if you do like database queries. And now we could instrument all of this, but this makes no sense. Like there's like community instrumentation libraries and we should just collaborate on this. So then went the full OpenTelemetry route this year, rejected all of the SDKs for it. And now, I mean, it's a lot of like, how do you make it nice? Because you don't want all of these infrastructure spans to just show up because they're kind of like meaningless to you. You want to filter them out. So I think there's like a big, like for me, it's like everything will tend towards OpenTelemetry, even though the semantic conventions, which is basically like the schema that you expect in span attributes, like it's very, like it's developing. It's like the least common denominator, like the smallest one. So a lot of like vendor specific code in it. But yeah, it's still better than everyone inventing new stuff on the transport as well. So I'm very much pro OpenTelemetry, but it's not like vendor agnostic just because it's OpenTelemetry. It's still like a lot of monkey patching, but at least the distributed tracing works and the auto-instrumentation works. So yeah, it's like our stance.
Yeah, totally. And how many of you, I guess another question, how many of you even know what OTel is? Okay. It's a good crowd. Wow. Awesome. Yeah, all right.
That's great.
Yeah. So I think a lot of us have jumped on the OTel. I mean, I feel like some of our competitors maybe are a little still proprietary, but in the end, it's so you instrument once and you can switch between us if you want to switch to the competitor or different vendor. Yeah, we're early to it. It's still somewhat of a mess on the attribute side. I feel like they're you can be OTel, but you need to all agree on like this means this and this means that from an attribute perspective, and we're still working. It's just slow, and this space is so fast. So where the space is still a bit ahead of like that standardization piece.
Yeah. So one question would be like, there's kind of, pre-AI observability tools. And how, like, obviously both of you are running companies that are like AI native observability tools. How do you think about like whether someone building an agent should be using one of those vendors versus like a newer vendor? Like what's the differentiation that you're offering?
Interesting. I don't identify as running an observability company, I think, because yes, there are like ops teams that need like observability tooling, and we ourselves use Datadog, and it's totally fine, but it's a completely different use case. We build tooling for teams that want to build useful agents, applications, and it's kind of like not just the ops guy, but it's kind of the whole application team, the PM, the data labeling person, the exec that wants to see metrics, and it's just like observability is like the data in stream, but then everything beyond is more like a workflow. And I think it's just like, it's a completely different category from my perspective.
I see the same. I mean, we originally, we started the company, I'm like, I want to be the Datadog for AI, which really, honestly, was the seed pitch. Now Datadog's an investor. But I don't think, and I was worried about those vendors early on, but like, I think he's right. Like these products are just different. Like Datadog isn't used in development. Our stuff is used every day in development. And in development, it means like you're iterating, you need a software that just feels fast. You need, you have workflows that are heavy, like uploading of data and data sets and downloading of data sets. You have data that needs to be accessed outside of that system, where Datadog, you just pour the data in and it's kind of ephemeral. Who cares if it disappears in 10 days? And then the workflows are really about like iterating and changing prompts and saving prompts and debugging and troubleshooting that instance. And I think a lot of these, I think that key with development, I think the key with like, it really is like that, you had an LM engineering platform, I think first on your site. And I really think that's what it is. We're building like agent engineering platforms right now that help you work with the frameworks that you're building and just help you make these agents that aren't working actually useful, take you from POC to something you're proud of. That's amazing. So I think it's just very different as a product. That's not, Datadog's like a production transom that you throw your stuff into and helps you troubleshoot your timing.
Yeah. And maybe that's actually a good lead into another question, which is, let's talk a little bit about sort of the difference between what you use observability, what you need observability for in development versus what you need observability for in production. And like, can you maybe just talk a little bit about like the different use cases there?
Yeah, I think the P0 workflow I see all the time is like, this doesn't, maybe I'm vibe testing or maybe I'm running my test, and this thing doesn't do what I want it to do. And so I go to my trace that has the prompt, I pull that into Playground with all the data that it was running off of, with the tools associated with it, I replay it. Why did it call that tool? Maybe I edit and put an instruction in. Like that flow is like every day for every team. And you just can't improve your stuff if you're just like touching your prompt, but like not running it with the data, just acting on it. You can't fix these systems. So I think in development that's an iterative flow. Can it be AI assisted? Do you have other things that make these flows better? I think there's a lot around that. I think there's yeah, it's just these iterative flows where prompts are the center of it that I think is what these platforms kind of empower.
Yeah, that's like the offline piece. I think for the online, it's more like, I don't know. Usually these apps are never great. They are always at like, I don't know, hopefully like a 99 whatever % of greatness. And then the question is, what's like what's not great? And you want to kind of see it, and you want to see how big it is, like the non-greatness. So it's more like online monitoring. What kind of metrics can you track on dashboards or via alerts? And then I want to look at interesting data every week to learn, I don't know, to reason about how the system works. So then it's kind of like how do I either like in the beginning just randomly sample, and at some point I like user complaints and look at the single trace, or I just have like online evals to sample in an interesting way, like the 10, 100 cases that I should be looking at every week. So that's more like the online monitoring. And I think over time, it's more and more like, how do we as platforms be like more predictive of, you should be changing this and that, or we made this change, back tested. Like somewhat getting into this direction is, I think, interesting over the next year. But right now, it's more like, how do we present interesting data to users so they can act on it and improve their applications? Because you can be working on so many things. Like you have so many hypotheses all day, but you should be working on like the one thing that drives like most benefits.
Yeah, I think also I hear a lot of teams where someone's like, I'll do, I'll instrument you in a little bit when I'm further along and it's working, and I'm like, I'm not sure you're going to get it working. It's almost you really have to go just instrument and just do that one little flow we were talking about there.
Takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know, and I'm just not sure you're going to get there without it. It's like it's almost the Datadog, like it's a software mindset. I'll instrument in production and you actually really need this stuff earlier in cycle.
Because like setting up Datadog is pretty hard.
Yeah, totally.
That's an interesting point as well. Like just kind of like there's a slightly different. Software is more deterministic than most software is more deterministic than AI engineering in general, right? And I think as a field, we're learning to kind of switch our focus a little bit and change how we're thinking about building. Let's talk about like what's changing in the field a little bit. So one thing, there's increasingly a move to sort of longer running agents. I'm curious like what your thoughts are on how that affects kind of observability tooling.
I don't see a big effect on tooling, because in the end it's just like then longer spans. Where I see like a lot of effect is more like if we would see more real-time APIs like WebRTC, this would change a lot, because you kind of then want to see like what happened within the stream at what timestamp. Like for more like audio applications, I think there are no like existing observability patterns for this, or not like big ones. I think for the longer running background agents, in the end it's just like you move away from traces or runs as they were in the beginning of these platforms, and you're more like, oh, you just have nested spans, and you just have like an intelligent way of filtering nested spans to basically, I don't know, target single agents or target the workflow, but in the end it's just like nesting levels. So I don't see a big change. Like we are adapting to this right now, but like I'm quite optimistic.
Yeah, I think my rough take is like, I just think it begets like anytime. We had like the first generation of stuff like last year, which was like a prompt and a response. And now what you have is much more complex systems where you have like, the simplest form is like a iterative loop with tools, more complex thing with planning now, planning tools. And I just think a long running agent just means more complication. And I've watched and literally debugged myself some really complex stuff, both with customers, both internal, and like, I just think the more complex this stuff gets, the more you just can't do it without like try to debug an agent with planning without like our tools, you cannot. So I think it's really hard, and I've done it. So like I think these long running things just mean more complexity, and more complexity means like you probably need more tooling to help. That's my rough take.
I think what's interesting is if we have like more planning or more context, you want more and more like tooling to point to, this is the interesting bit to check out. Because initially, I don't know, the hello world was like, what's the, I don't know, write a poem or something, and you can just fit everything into like your visual context. Once it's like, I don't know, 100 pages of stuff you could basically need to read to understand what's going on. Like it's more and more like, you want like pinpointing to like, oh, read these 3 segments, these are actually interesting here, to get to the problem faster. Very similar to like what, for example, like observability players are doing with regards to, I don't know, in Sentry, this happened, okay, you should be looking at these log lines. I think it's very similar in this space where it's like, okay, the agent didn't work here, the quality wasn't good. Okay, it's probably this one tool call that is the problem, like it shouldn't have happened, or the response wasn't good. I think it's trending to this direction.
Totally.
Yeah. So I think we call this panel the future of observability panel. So like, let's really kind of like project out into the future. I mean, like it's really, we'll say 1 or 2 years, which is really a long time. And as we all know, in AI world, like what are some sort of like crazy things or like just things that maybe people aren't anticipating right now that you think are going to be increasingly common in observability over the next year or two?
I'd say everything that currently humans do with tooling in the space, just like the tooling or AI does by itself. So it's more like, how do you learn from production to then make development testing better, and then craft new experiments to run on development data sets, and then launch them to production as experiments, A/B tested, to then arrive at the conclusion of, oh, this is actually better. So I think you can do the full workflow of monitoring and prod, deriving hypotheses, like amending data sets, testing on them, and launching back to prod. You should be able to close all of this rapidly, like full auto kind of. Yeah, I think this is where it's going for some applications that have like more throughput.
Okay.
Yeah, I think observability could, like even the Datadog side could look very different in a year or two. And I think it's probably true. I mean, I think it's probably true of a lot of SaaS applications where we're all used to clicking on windows and graphical things, and and we're all in the room here building agents, hopefully. And just if we do it right, I just think there's a lot of workflow automation that comes in and changes the stuff completely. But you got to do it right. Like there's so many bad executions out there. It's so easy to get it wrong. So, but I think it could look very different, which is I think Datadog feels the pressure too.
Cool. Well, I think we have some time for maybe a couple questions from the audience. I think if we have the mics around so folks in the audience can yeah, awesome. So maybe over there.
Hi. Especially for deterministic outcomes, how do you make sure that you can iterate on the prompts fast, like every other day, without regressing?
Deterministic outcomes as in like document extraction, for example? Or?
It's like, let's say, checkout, checking out like a certain transaction.
I would say that one of the keys right now that I see is just you got to build some test set. Like you shouldn't be making prompt like if you really have a high quality thing in production or anything that's doing something somewhat complicated and you'd make a change, you really can break like 10 other things pretty easily. So like I guess it's normal engineering in that sense, but it's engineering where those test cases typically use evals in some way. Like the output responses are rough, so evals are making sure it's kind of okay. Maybe you have different sets of evals, but it is like building a test set. And I even have some teams that are building automation where they build test sets from the traces. So like you can do stuff that's super interesting to help you with that set, but like testing against changes would be my recommendation.
I mean, if you have deterministic expectations about what should be happening at runtime, you can also just at runtime throw actual exceptions, which is usually not possible because you don't know, because I don't know, the poem that you generated is maybe just like a bad poem, so you don't know. So you shouldn't, I don't know, get pagered, you shouldn't trigger like pager but if you have like an expectation of this one thing should actually happen, then it would probably just hook it up to PagerDuty if you know that a checkout should be happening. But then if you know, you don't need to use AI to trigger it.
Let's thanks so much. Let's go to the next question. I think we have someone in the back there.
Hi, I'm just curious, what metrics are you using to determine what ratio of sampling you should do in production?
What ratio of what?
Sampling.
Sampling. Oh, good question. That's a good question. It seems to be somewhat ad hoc to me. Like people start as high as they can, realize maybe it's expensive and I should dial something back. A lot of times 100%, like if you're gated by generations in the first place, there's a natural gating and what's another call on top of it. But yeah, there's teams that are massive and they, 1% is actually still even a lot of money.
I think many of our customers use no sampling because they feel like they want to go for distillation at some point. They just attribute some kind of like value to capturing everything. Or, I don't know, you want to have explainability if like a customer complains, but you have no idea which customer will complain, so you can rather tweak retention instead of sampling.
Yeah.
But I mean, a lot of the cost comes from ingest, not from retention. So in the end, it will be expensive. But at least like larger companies usually like to retain a lot because they feel on the hook for if something doesn't work. They really want to be able with the security team to explain something if it doesn't work, but it's really costly. Yeah.
I agree. I mean, sorry, I was thinking evals, online eval sampling. But for traces, I'm with him. Like I actually, very few people sample. They might shorten the time they save the data, so 15-day retention or 30-day retention or something. But yeah.
You need to be really big to sample.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think like maybe we'll take one from this section and one over there. So hands up. Can people raise their hands? I see a question right there.
Hi. So I'm surprised you didn't talk about optimization. Because for me, the future of all this is really to optimize.
Yeah.
Like for instance, one of your competitors, Comet, Opic, they just released an optimization framework, right? And part of it is to not only save on cost, but also improve the quality and just use agents to do that, right?
So we actually do have prompt optimization, online optimization in product. So we released something about 4 or 5 months ago called System Prompt Learning. Comment has DSPy, which is the gold standard for prompt optimization. Our take with DSPy is it's a great framework, but not great for production. It's really slow, really, really slow, 1,000 times slower than some of the stuff we run. And so I think the vision is there. I think the in our loops today, though, the reality is typically it's a human. Like we'll recommend instructions to add back to the prompt based upon evals and explanations generated from those. A human still is kind of in the loop saying, I'll take these instructions or not. Like we're just not in a spot where like you really want to take an automated feed of what comes back without thinking or looking at it. But absolutely. So there's what's that? If it costs less and it gets me the same result. Yeah, there's a little, I still think that we're just not there. I mean, like the stuff I see, you don't want to just let the stuff free flow and go edit my system prompt. But you do really get good instructions back too, so you want to accept the ones that make sense. I think that's the vision. I still think the space is somewhat, I still think the space is early. So we're all, but that's the vision we're going towards is automation here to help you with those changes, so it's not just manual clicks either.
Yeah, I think for us it's like we want to do what we do really well. And I feel like a lot of optimization, like the optimization works well for these kind of like deterministic workflows where you do like, I don't know, extraction from PDF files or something, where you have like a good data set that spans the full input distribution that you actually see in production. Otherwise, if you don't have good data sets and good evals, then basically you optimize against like a testing setup that is not good. And most teams are just not there that they have like an extremely good testing setup where they could onboard any employee to just experiment whatever they want. And where like the lead would be like, as long as evals pass, I'll just merge to production no matter what's in the prompt. Like you're not there usually. And then having like a domain expert reason about things is usually the more generalizable optimization than having something auto-optimize. But for some of these constrained use cases, auto-optimization works, but then also fine-tuning works, for example.
Yeah. Okay, and then one last question, I think maybe over there in the,
Hi, thank you for answering all the questions. I guess my question is really, you build tools for developers to optimize agent systems, and I'm guessing that most of the time those are single agent systems. But I am wondering what you think about the concept of observability for developers in multi-agent systems, but in particular inter-agent observability, so one agent observing another's behavior, and in particular how this relates to, I guess, the topic everybody knows, which is context engineering. Mm-hmm. And do you plan on building tools in that with respect to that, basically?
Yeah. For us, this I think comes back to like if you own all of these agents, I mean it's just like microservices. So then you get back to distributed tracing, where then if you instrument each one of them, then you have like a nice completed trace of all of these sub-agents. Where then usually the question is where are the organizational boundaries, whether it's all the same team, so they all end up in the same project RBAC system, or whether it's like different projects and they just basically interact with each other as like tools, but you don't see what's happening in the agent because you don't have access to the system. So if it's the same team, then usually it's just one big distributed trace, or if it's like different teams or different companies, then you just see them as tools. And I feel like for the kind of tracing and evals that we do, whether it's like an agent doing it or whether it's like it's very similar to like a tool call, the kind of like eval or what you want from tooling.
Yeah, I think I would kind of second it in that, like we have multi-agent views. I think it's still early, like there's not as many teams with that view. And then I do think it is like services. I do think there's some unique, probably, just like there's unique challenges to debugging the AI systems, are going to be unique challenges to debugging inter-agent, like handoff in messaging and stuff like that. And there'll be specialized tools that we add on top of what we have. But you can visualize kind of the inter-agent connectivity today. We've got that, and you can dive into certain cohorts or groups of them. And then my view is like maybe it's tools, MCP, that's the interface eventually between these, or maybe it's a local tool call. But yeah, so we're early. We're building tools. It's in our it's in our purview, and I think we'll be adding more and more to help the stuff make it work better.
Well, gosh, this has been a super fun conversation, certainly for me, hopefully for everyone here as well. So thanks, guys, for coming up and having this chat together. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Love TypeScript.
Cool.
No, I'm going to intro you first.
Okay.
All right, let's hear it one more time for our panelists. All right, next up is Michael Greenwich, the founder and CEO of WorkOS, the developer platform helping teams go enterprise ready with features like SSO, SCIM, RBAC, audit logs, and more. WorkOS powers many of today's fastest growing companies, including OpenAI, Cursor, and Vercel, serving over 1,000 customers. Prior to WorkOS, Michael co-founded Nihilus and studied computer science at MIT. Please welcome Michael to talk about auth for MCP and agents.
Hello, TypeScript AI Conf. So you heard about a bunch of different acronyms of what we do at WorkOS, stuff like SAML, stuff like SSO, SCIM. What I'm going to talk about today is another acronym. How many of you know what MCP stands for? Can someone just shout it out? Just yell it at me? Model Context Protocol, absolutely, that's right. So I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about MCP, and specifically about auth for MCP, which is kind of one of the hardest parts around it. So let's jump in to get started. Great. Cool. So first takeaway, just getting right off the bat, I believe that MCP is going to become the primary interface for AI integration. So what do I mean by this? I mean how LLMs connect to your apps. I also mean how agents actually interact with the world, how they talk with each other, and specifically also how ChatGPT applications will work. It actually is already based on MCP. So if you haven't built anything with MCP yet, it's probably time to start learning. In the AI world, I think MCP was announced November 25th of last year. Which is about 100 years in AI timescale at this rate. So if you haven't built anything with MCP, you definitely need to get started. This is going to be a quick introduction to how authentication specifically works in MCP. And if we have time at the end, a little quick demo. Cool. So MCP will be the primary interface for AI integration. If you're not familiar with it, MCP is kind of like a CLI, but it's a bit different. So here's an example at the top of how you might interact with GitHub through their command line tool. So gh alias setbugs, you can actually run that command. Under the hood, this is actually doing Git operations or working with their API. Down below, this is what it looks like for MCP. So this is what it looks like if you connect it to Claude Code. If you have the /MCP command, it'll list what's been connected. And rather than API endpoints or rather than CLI arguments, MCP is actually tool calling under the hood. So it's kind of similar, it forms a similar kind of access pattern, but it has the benefit of actually exposing context to the agent. So the C in MCP, the context protocol, that's really what it's all about. It's giving the agent information about your project, about your tools, about your, really anything about your service. It can inject that into the context so it can make decisions. So if you ever read like a man page for like a CLI, -- help or something like that, it's kind of like giving the agent all of that information right out of the gate. And this actually gets injected into the actual Claude experience. So this is an example of Claude Opus. And you can see actually down here, it's kind of gray in the middle, it's actually adding the context from the MCP server into the chat experience. And so this gets sort of like embedded into the actual chat experience for something like Claude or Cursor. Building MCP servers is actually not that hard. This is fast MCP. I realized this as I was coming over that I had some Python in my slides, so please forgive me for that deep transgression. We actually love TypeScript at WorkOS. Everything is written in TypeScript. So, but this is a Python example, some archaic legacy programming language. And you can see here that you essentially define a function right, which becomes a tool. You can have this decorator on top, this MCP tool decorator. And then you really just describe what it does in natural language in English. And then this is what gets exposed actually to the LLM to know how to call the tool. So in this example, it's like a feature that we have at WorkOS for feature flags. And we're telling the LLM actually how to format arguments or how to work with it. So this is pretty powerful. It's great. There was a recent blog post this summer or so with the title, "The SNMCP stands for security." And there have been a lot of security vulnerabilities in MCP, really because the protocol is so new, and the folks that have been working on it have just been trying to get the core functionality right. You know, the core tool calling, the structure around it. If you think about early internet, before we had HTTPS, we had HTTP without the secure side. So MCP is kind of like that. So the second takeaway I have for you here is actually the hard part of deploying MCP is the security side. It's the stuff around authentication, audit logs, internal registries, like screening stuff for security, actually having it be sort of verified your MCP server isn't going to go off the rails. And that's a real thing that can happen. If you've ever heard the quote, "To err is human, but to screw up 10,000 times per second, you need a computer." MCP can do that. An agent can do that for you. And so it's actually very, very important to think about the security boundary, the security model around MCP. And it's a lot harder than just what I showed for that tool definition. So what matters for like MCP security or kind of MCP in the real world? Well, the first thing is auth and access management. So I'll talk about this just in a second, but MCP auth really is based around something called OAuth 2.1. If you've heard of OAuth 2, this is its younger, sportier brother, I guess. It's pretty different, actually. You can't just shim in exactly the previous world of OAuth. Second is like the discovery via registry. So actually in the workplace, you want people installing your MCP server, not just something kind of named like it, because they're giving credentials and security and potentially their sensitive data to it. And then the third thing is that kind of audit log and accountability. So when you actually have the MCP server doing something, what did it do? There's a lot of potential for MCP to be used by agents, like background agents. So even if you're not in the actual Claude session or ChatGPT session, you'll want to have a log around what's actually happening. So current state of the art of auth and MCP, I will not stand up here and read you the full spec of how it works, but there's a couple things here that are worth calling out, and it's really these sections. So what it's describing here is using the OAuth dynamic client registration. So this is what I was talking about in OAuth 2.1, how it's like a bit different. And this has been fully ratified in the MCP spec. If you're building a client, it must authenticate this way, which in the IETF language is like the hardcore thing you actually have to build. So this is the way that MCP servers actually connect. The dynamic client registration essentially means that an MCP server can be anonymous. It's a great feature. It's really never been implemented by other systems until this moment. So even though it's a standard, it's been in the standard for like almost 10 years. There's very, very little sort of example code around it or open source packages. Quick ad for WorkOS, if you need to do this, we can help you with it. But this actual authentication system is pretty complex. Really the current state of the art here, this dynamic client registration, if you can combine it with other forms of auth through OIDC, you can actually get like enterprise-focused auth, like SSO, like SAML, like companies actually want. Still today, unfortunately, something like 65% of MCP servers, just like in the directories out there, do not actually even support OAuth. They do it through API keys, which is very clunky if you've ever had to run like an npx package locally to kind of act as an MCP bridge. That's what's happening there. It's a really terrible user experience for like mere mortals trying to build on top of it. And then stuff through like machine-to-machine or client credentials flow is the third one. But OAuth is really the one that they've ratified around that users are expecting. Second, I mentioned the registry. So there's actually now an official MCP registry. You kind of just get your thing listed there. After it's listed, it's like unclear how clients will discover it. It's unclear how they'll be trusted. This is like quite bleeding edge. This was just a couple months ago, I believe. But there is a registry that you can actually submit your stuff to and have some discoverability around it. This is going to evolve and change, I think, quite a bit over the next few months. And then the third thing I mentioned was accountability, right? The logging aspect of it. So having an audit log, not the most exciting thing in the world, probably not the thing you get out of bed to build, but having an actually activity log of what happened. In many customer environments, they're required by law to have this doing things. And then you, of course, want to scope down the privileges, the access control. You want to have the least privileges possible for the agent. You just don't want to give it, run of the mill for everything. Cool. So that's the second takeaway. So third takeaway here is really like a meta takeaway. It's like a few lessons in building MCP servers. So what I've actually seen in the wild, like some do's and don'ts. Okay. So first, use security best practices. Do the actual thing with OAuth 2.1, or use a service like ours or another to actually layer in that OAuth as the shim. Do not do it with API keys. Your adoption will actually be like kind of terrible if you're requiring someone to go copy keys and paste it in a local running shell session or something like that. So do it with the actual open standard OAuth keys. Don't create a tool for every API endpoint. This is not building an API. Tools are not API endpoints. That is the very first thing people often end up doing. You'll find a lot of stuff online where it'll take your OpenAPI spec and spit out an MCP server, and that MCP server will be trash. It won't work, and the performance will be terrible. You actually have to think about composition around specific actions, not just API endpoints. The LLMs behave in a different way. They're like task-oriented versus resource-oriented. So if there's like one thing I would actually suggest you take away in terms of thinking about building MCP, this is it. You could give an entire talk on this. So really think about specific activities or specific tasks that people are going to be doing. So that's a don't. You want to document your MCP server both for humans and also agents. The LLMs actually need this context. They need clear error messages as well, just like a person. And you can give them quite a bit of context to be able to resolve issues. Something like the Supabase MCP server or like the Vercel MCP server, it actually can go get the logs. So it can like push code, it can crash, it can get the logs, it can self-heal. So the more context you can pull back and give information about how to use it, or if there's errors, the better. And then last, if you're within a company, don't really let every single person, every workload connect to every MCP server without checking. There can be a bit of a, people that are tinkerers just want to try everything, like, have you ever seen people that wear like fitness trackers and they got like 10 of them all over their body? It's kind of like that with MCP servers. What actually happens is as you accumulate these, it bloats your context. And if you say, oh, it's only a third of my context, I have 2/3 left, there's a bunch of research that shows as the context gets increased, the actual MCP, attention is spread thinner, performance declines around tool calling, and actually the LM be able to reason. So you want it to be like lean. As few tools as possible, as few MCP servers, just as what's needed. Sometimes it's easier to forget that you've actually installed them. With something like Cursor, you'll throw it in, forget about it, and then be like, why is this new Claude model just trash? Well, it's actually your MCP server doing it. Okay, so those are 3 takeaways for MCP, how to build auth with MCP. Talking a mile a minute, but I have 3.5 minutes left, so one of my favorite things to do when giving talks is live demos. So what do you think? You want a live demo? Okay. That was a lackluster applause. Okay. There we go. Okay. The demo gods demand it. You have to sacrifice to them. So this is ChatGPT, right? And the only thing I probably love more than MCP is free stuff. And so we built something at WorkOS called mcp.shop. And mcp.shop is the only swag store in the world where you can get not just our bootleg MCP merch, but you have to order it through MCP. It's the only way. So if you go down here to mcp.shop, you'll see this order in MCP. And we have this new button that says order with ChatGPT apps. Who's heard of ChatGPT apps? Yeah, there we go. Wow, they were announced like a month ago or less. So if you go here, you'll check it out. There's some instructions here. I'll copy this really quick. This is our MCP endpoint. I'm going to go back to ChatGPT. And this is always tricky. So what I'm going to do here is go to apps and connectors and go all the way to the bottom. And I have to turn on developer mode, full hacker mode. And then from here, now I can add the MCP server. Eventually, if it's in the store, if it's in their directory, you won't have to do this. So I'll call this MCP shop, give it the server URL here, which is just mcp.shop/MCP. It's authenticating through OAuth, right? And I'll say, yes, danger mode. OK. So what it's doing back here behind the scenes is actually ChatGPT is doing that dynamic client registration with our identity system at WorkOS. WorkOS AuthKit is what we call it. And boom, what you'll see is it just pops up here. So I'm actually already signed into the MCP shop, so it's opening up this browser window and saying, hey, do you actually want to connect to ChatGPT? Do you want to do that or not? So this is actually the OAuth registration that I was talking about before, right? So I look at this and I'm like, yeah, sure, why not? Fingers crossed, it'll work. The OpenAI stuff, sometimes it doesn't work. OK, MCP shop is now connected. Great. So now if I go back to ChatGPT, it should show up here as, yeah, so you can see it's actually added as one of these connectors. Like, pretty cool. So I can say here and be like, yo, what shirts do you have? So it's looking for the tools. There's actually 2 tools it has available. What? Come on. Yeah, show me the shirts. Yes, show me. GPT-5, man, I don't know. It's like, it's kind of testy sometimes. All right, so here, so it went back. It called a tool that actually, I think I maybe can expand this. Yeah. Oh no, let's try it again. That's what I'm talking about. So under the scene, it's actually calling a tool to go get the information from from our MCP server about what's available here. This is what I was trying to say. So it's calling the tool show store content with no arguments. So I'm going to confirm that it's going to run, and boom. This is our really cool run MCP cert. I'm like, OK, that looks great. I want to order one. Oh, it's actually already prompted me that. So if I say, like, the name is Michael, email, address, 555, and I'll say phone, and size, I want X, how about XXL? People like the baggy stuff now, right? It's like, yeah, this is what I mean, come on. So this is actually calling a separate tool that's actually doing the ordering. And we have even more stuff that's pretty cool inside of this. If you're an admin, it will actually tell you like what shirts are available, or what inventory is there, what's been ordered, what hasn't been there. Great, OK, so it's going to keep asking me stuff, But if you want to go do this, you can add it to your actually ChatGPT right now, and you can all get free T-shirts. So that's my talk. Thanks so much.
Great. All right, thank you so much, Michael. Thank you so much for still being here after all this time. I understand that keeping your energy up for a conference is, all the way to the end of a conference is a tough ask. We have 2 more talks. The next one is going to be Neil Rao. Neil Rao is a software engineer at OpenAI. He previously spent 8 years at Google working on their gaming infrastructure. He also co-founded and served as CTO of an HTML5 gaming platform for emerging markets. Please welcome Neil to the stage for his talk, Writing TypeScript with Codex.
All right. Hey, everyone. My name is Neil, and I'm a software engineer at OpenAI. The slides. OK. Here's what we're going to be covering today. And just some background on myself. I'm not working on the Codex team. I work on a team called Intelligence and Investigations. And we basically build internal tools for trust and safety type use cases. We try to detect and prevent misuse of the models. And we use a ton of TypeScript. We use a ton of Codex. So I wanted to chat about it today. So I'm just curious, who here has used Codex before? OK, cool. And who here has used Cloud Code before? Just curious. How dare you? No, I'm just kidding. OK, so let's get started. So just going to jump into some practical tips, how to use Codex. This might seem kind of basic, but I just wanted to go through some stuff for people who might not be as familiar with it. So the first thing is, I think you should really think about, like from the beginning, when you're actually setting up your code base, how do I structure my code so that it's actually easier for Codex? So when you think about architecture for code, you probably think about, how do I make this easier for humans? How do I make my code clean? But you should also think about, how do I make it easy for agents to actually work on my code? And a lot of the same principles that apply to making it easy for humans to collaborate, I think also apply here, but there might be some differences as well. But one common thing is you probably don't want everything in one massive file. Because if 2 people are going to use Codex to work on that file, you're going to end up with these really complicated, messy merge conflicts that are going to be really annoying to unwind. So you probably want to split things up. But maybe for an agent would be OK with having like 30 files, like splitting into really small, like well-scoped files, which might be kind of annoying for a human because a human would have to go and open a bunch of files, and it gets really frustrating. But for Codex, it's really good at like building the context doing searches to get all the right files in place. So that's an example where you're like, hey, maybe it's OK to have like these really tiny, well-scoped files because Codex can just go in and take it. And in addition, there's design docs and MD files. I'm sure you know about agents.md. There's also plans.md. I'm not going to go too much into depth there, but you should definitely have those files, put in your best practices, put in like the internal knowledge that the agent doesn't see in your code base, but still would be very helpful for it to actually go and do its work. Like, how do you run tests? Maybe there's MCP tools that you have that can give it more context. So you can, make sure that those are good and you spend time working on them. And the way that I think about this workflow, this is like one way that you can do the workflow, is before you just ask Codex to start writing code, use it for design. So you don't have to use it to write code. Just be like, hey, I'm working on this design, and help me plan it out, put it in the plans.md. You can talk about like the to-dos, how you want to approach things. And once you iterate on that and it looks good, then you can start coding. So think about like, how do I actually generate this plan? And that'll help it reduce hallucinations and also help with like, if sometimes it could kind of go off the rails and do random things. If you've kind of agreed on a plan with Codex, then it'll reduce your chance of that happening. Okay, so now I'm going to go into more like TypeScript specific things. So I think really the biggest tip is just try to have types for everything. So try to have end-to-end types, like front end and back end. So for example, something like Next.js and server actions, like you could have your entire code base in TypeScript, your front end and your back end. And then when Codex is actually building something, it won't accidentally call your API in the wrong way. It can type check your API. It knows what it's going to get from your back end. So if you can do that, like I would highly recommend that. If you have a database and you're getting something from the database, make sure that you have types to that. A lot of database libraries now provide something like this. But otherwise, it might hallucinate. It might come up with fields that don't exist. It might think that one field is like a string, but it's actually an array. So try to have types for everything. And then once you have this, then you can tell Codex, like, hey, every time you make a change, lint it, check the types, try building it. And if there's errors, then fix it. And then you get this really cool like kind of flow where it'll try something, maybe it works, but if it doesn't work, it can see the type errors, it can try to fix it. It gets a lot more context into what it's doing wrong. So try to build that into the workflow so that it doesn't make these silly mistakes. So here's some examples. Let's say that we're working with a Python backend and some kind of like React front end, for example. So you have a new API, routes.py, and you're like, hey, Codex, I made this new API. Now call it from the profile page. So this is OK, but you might have problems. It might not fully understand your like Pydantic types, for example. It might get a little bit confused. Here's what I think is a little better. So I made this new API, routes.py. Now auto-generate the clients. So if you use like FastAPI, for example, you can auto-generate a TypeScript client that could be fully typed, and then call it. And you can put this in your instructions. Anytime that I change my Python API, please also auto-gen the typed clients. This will give you way better results. It'll know exactly what the client should expect in terms of the contracts between the front end and back end. If there are errors, it can go and look at the client and look at all the types and fix them. So you should think about like, hey, how do I actually auto-gen some of this stuff so that Codex can just go off and do its own thing? The next thing is understanding when to use Codex. So you probably, if you're an engineer, you probably might get annoying pings like, hey, can you fix this thing? And you're like, oh, OK, I'll do it at some point. So now I think in this new world of AI coding, anytime you get a request like that, there should be this decision boundary in your mind. Can I just go to Codex and type this in 20 seconds and finish it? And that's like a muscle that I think people have to build now. And it's something I've noticed myself doing a lot recently. So it's like, hey, I don't like the way this button hover state works. Can we like make it hover a little longer and make it bigger or something like that? Like, first of all, if someone asks you that, like, one thing you should be thinking is, hey, why don't they just go do it in Codex? Why are they even asking me to do it? But let's say that, OK, you are the one who has to do it. you can just literally go to the web app on Codex. You don't even have to touch your local dev environment. Type it in and just fire it off, right? So the advantage of this is you don't mess with your local state, and you have something working in the background. You can just go back and check it later. This web app also works on mobile. So I know people who, on their commute, they just think about, here, what are like small things I can fix? And they're literally on their phone typing like fixes to Codex to try to get things done. And then when you get to work, you can go and review them. Some of them might not work. Some of them might not do the right thing, which is fine, but you didn't do any work. You just spent like 20 seconds typing in a prompt into Codex, and you can actually get a lot of good output from that. So I'd highly recommend to just think about, like, I've written code in like meetings because someone's like, hey, we should fix this. I just open up Codex and I just type it in and click enter, and then it's just done like before the meeting ends. So, you know, if you can get into this workflow, I think you can actually be super, super productive. So, okay, in terms of some tips for like how do you type in these types of prompts. So I would not do like build a full stack app and build sign in a database and 5 pages. Like this can actually work, which is pretty cool. And sometimes people do demos where they're like, hey, I'm building like an entire app in one prompt. I would not recommend you doing this. So my personal preference is I like starting from a working base, something that I can test and I can see the output. So for example, I would say, hey, add a skeleton page at this profile/page that calls one API, and then put the result of that API as like raw JSON on the screen, right? So this is not actually what you're going to ship, but to me, this is like a working base. So I can actually go to the page, I can click the button, I can see the profile that's loading, and I can verify that it's actually calling the API, and now I have a working base. Now I can start adding stuff onto this. I could even put a little commit into Git in case I want to like rewind to this state. Now I'm saying, okay, I want to improve this UI, so now I just have raw JSON on the page. How about I now convert that into cards, maybe add like a name and whatever else you need on the profile page. And now I have a second working base where I have like the working UI. And then you can have these little small pieces that you keep adding from one onto the other. So I personally like this workflow. If there are ever any problems, you can go back to a previous commit. And you're not going to have a giant diff from Codex that you have to review that could be really hard and maybe more error prone. You also don't always have to ask Codex to write code. So this is especially useful if you're a new engineer on the team, you're trying to understand a code base. You should use Codex to learn it. So like, how does API work? How does the architecture of this work? Give me like a beginner's explanation of how these APIs work. If I were a new engineer on a team, I would 100% like go through the entire code base, ask a bunch of questions. You can kick off like 10 things in parallel and then come back and review how everything works. So it's a really good way to learn as well and debug. And then finally, reviewing and testing obviously is super important. I've seen one workflow where instead of starting to write code first, you start by just writing tests. So you write a bunch of tests for the thing that you want to build, and you start with that as your kind of checkpoint. And then every new feature after that, you test it against the test that you've made. And you can tell Codex, like, hey, anytime you add something new, check it with the test. I mean, this is just standard test-driven development, but the same concepts can also apply to Codex. Codex can also review code. So you might have a PR before you send it to your teammate. Maybe have Codex go through it. Maybe you can find some simple bugs, save your teammates some time. But I also think you should make it easy for humans to review code from Codex. So I'm sure a lot of people here have seen like teammate will just fire off this like massive like PR. Codex, change like 50 files and like 1,000 lines. And then you have to look at it. And it's really annoying, right? It's like, man, now I have to look through this huge thing, and maybe you're just copy and pasting that into Codex and be like, hey, review this for me. Like, it's not really a great workflow. But you can use Codex to make things easier to review, right? So instead of having, like, once you have that massive working PR with like 50 files, why not ask Codex to say, hey, can you actually split this into like 5 PRs that are smaller, easier to review? Also ask Codex to like add comments and just generally like make things easy for a human to look at. And if you do that, then you'll probably reduce your bugs, like your teammates won't hate you, and you'll have easier PRs to review. So yeah, I personally really don't like getting those massive like PRs. So I think like if you can follow this, then you definitely will be more productive in the long term. So there's some basic tips. Thank you for that. And I think I have some time for questions maybe. So yeah. Cool. Yeah, question?
Yeah. So you mentioned like test-driven development. I assume you mean like humans writing the tests, but also in your experience, like, is Codex good at writing tests itself? And like, what kinds of tests do you use, like integrating edge cases or unit tests?
Yeah. So the question was for test-driven development, is it the humans writing the tests, and then is Codex good at writing tests? So it could be either. You could write the test. You could use Codex to help you. Maybe you do a little bit of both. I would say Codex is decent at writing tests, but it kind of has a tendency to, like, especially if you write tests after the fact, sometimes it might try to, kind of monkey patch things and just like kind of really bend things to work the right way, which is why it might be better to start with writing tests, because then it's like, it might have a better idea of like what you actually expect. And I think you'll probably need like more human intervention because it won't have like the actual code to know what to test. So you have to be a lot more descriptive about what you're actually trying to build in the future. But I think if you do it like kind of pair programming with it, that's probably the best, because I think you'll also learn a lot from that. And then like the test will probably be more accurate. Yes.
So with Codex, what do you find to be like more beneficial, starting with like test-driven development or maybe something like spec-driven development?
So personally, for me, I like spec-driven a little bit better, because especially the way that like the Codex kind of tools are set up, there's like the to-do tool, and like it kind of keeps track of what it's doing. And I feel like it's pretty good at using that tool and using the spec to drive that tool. So I personally think that's better, but I don't think there's any like kind of, like I don't think one is necessarily better than the other. It's kind of a personal preference. Yeah. I think there's a question back there. Yeah, so the question was, are there limitations to Codex in the browser? So the cloud Codex, like it basically sets up a container like in the cloud and tries to run your code. It uses the same model, so from the context size perspective, it's the same. The container environment, I don't know too much about how it works, but if you have like some very weird like setup, it might not be able to run like the code that you have. If it's just like a React app, like you can definitely run that, but if you need to like run like a build command or something else, I'm not fully sure about like what are the limitations of it. But in terms of the model, it's like the same model and same context window and all that. Yeah.
Yes, I think in the like guide for Codex, in the guide for Codex, like you guys, OpenAI said, you have to prompt Codex very differently from like GPT-5 or like other LLMs. Can you give like an example of that where you have to be like very different?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that you have to kind of think about what tools that Codex has. And so for example, it has like a file search tool. It has like the to-do list tool. It can actually like run and execute like some Python. So when I think about prompting Codex, like I think about like how can I provide the best context so it knows like which tools to execute. So like I know that it's going to probably start by doing file search. So I will typically put in some actual like file paths into the prompt, which like is not really helpful for like just regular GPT-5, because it's like, well, yeah, I mean, it still has those tools, but it wasn't necessarily trained as well on those tools. And if you're just using regular GPT-5 on the web, you'd have to like copy and paste the files. Versus in Codex, it's actually going to go and search for the files. And then for the to-do list tool, for example, it kind of keeps track of what it's doing. So if I know that, then I might prompt it more with like a task list, or there's like a plans.md file also for keeping track of that. And yeah, I think part of it is also just vibes-based, like just learning how it works, and I think it's like a skill that you have to build. Sorry, can you repeat? What do you mean by the versions?
So in Codex, you could say, give me 4 versions of the response.
Oh, yeah.
Any like pro tips on how to use versions in your workflow?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't have tips specifically for versions. I typically just go through. I would advise looking at all of them because sometimes some of them really just go off the rails in a different direction. And I haven't thought about specifically prompting thinking about versions. That's interesting. But yeah, sorry, I don't have a ton of advice on that. So are we good on time or? Yeah. Okay, cool. Take some more questions.
I'm going to ask like a future prediction kind of impossible question, I guess. But like a couple of years ago, before like 01 came out last year, you had like chain of thought like prompting, and then we got reasoning tokens and all that in 01 and thinking models. Do you see like Codex going the same way, like where we'll have like coding related tokens so that we won't have to do some of these best practices, like they'll already be baked into the model?
That's interesting. Yeah, I'm not a research engineer, so I don't fully know. But yeah, I think that I'm not sure about coding tokens, but I think that like from what I've seen, it seems like being really good at understanding like workflows and tools, and like I don't know if you've heard the term context engineering, but I feel like that is where we'll see like some interesting gains. Like I feel like Codex is really good at querying and finding the right files and kind of building the right context. And I think like in some sense, like if it has the right context, it can do the right thing. But a lot of the times where you see problems, it kind of is not looking in the right place. So I feel like being really good at kind of like echoing, like mirroring an engineer's workflow will be where the gains are. But on the research side, I'm not sure. Yeah.
I'm curious if there's any MCP tools that you use personally or other tools to get data from production once you've deployed applications and debugging that with Codex.
Yeah, I haven't gone super deep in the MCP tools like side of things, so I can't give you a ton of good advice there. But I have seen cool things where, you can actually like if you have a web app, you could actually run that. You could get screenshots of it. You could actually click on different parts of the app and interact with it. And I feel like those types of things are really cool because, sometimes when you actually go in and play with something that Codex made, it's like there's all these kind of weird things that happen, and giving it a little bit more context into the visual side of things like is interesting. And then, yeah, I think it really depends on what you're building, right? So I think if you have some custom database or tool that maybe it doesn't know a lot about, building your own MCP tool for that so it can actually interact with it. Again, going back to context engineering, it's like there's kind of the world of context that it can see in the code and everything else. And then there's all the other context that it can't see. And you can maybe think about MCP tools as like, how do I bring some of that other context back into Codex? So, it can't see what is rendered in Chrome, for example. But maybe you have like some other database, or maybe you have like CI, CD, like logs. And there's a ton of other stuff that you could put into the context. So what do you think would be the best context for it to solve the problem is probably one way to start thinking about that.
So we provide an API that people integrate, and now it's not people. It's people using the coding agents to integrate it. I was wondering if there's any like evals or ways of measuring the performance of the models doing the integration. Like we want to make our docs better, make our SDKs better, just generally make our product better for AI to use as a primary way, but it's really hard to measure. What have you seen, or what recommendations do you have there?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think that, yeah, in terms of like evals, when you're actually building something, I think that people just get started building right away, and then later they're like, wait a minute, like how do I actually measure this? And I don't know like what we would say is like best practices for that, but what I've seen is like people kind of making, like for their own projects, they almost make like kind of dummy examples or like small little bite-sized things that they could test. So like, maybe there's like a skeleton page or like some kind of boilerplatey type thing that you could try to build. And then almost use that as an example for Codex to say like, hey, can it kind of duplicate this boilerplate type thing? And start with some basic evals like that to actually see, and that's basically evaling like, does it even understand like the basic architecture or like skeleton of my project? You could obviously go like, way more complicated where you could set up a test harness, you could have a bunch of complicated tasks for it, and you could try to eval it to see like how good it is. I haven't seen a ton of that, to be honest, but I feel like it would be very helpful. It does seem like a lot of the stuff is very vibes based right now. Like, hey, like people just like try to one-shot like entire things and just see if it works. And that is kind of exciting, but yeah, it doesn't like, it would be interesting to be like, hey, like as an organization, like how much of the types of tasks that we do, how much of them are codexable? And I feel like that could be a useful like kind of stat. Kind of goes back to the first point I said about like designing your code from the start to be codexable. And like, do you know, like for people in the company, like what percentage of your tasks do you think an AI could do? And you should probably have a rough sense of that number. And so maybe what you're talking about with evals is one way to get that. Okay, one more question.
So yeah, I'm curious. I don't think I'm maximizing Codex right now. So the way I'm using Codex right now is just asking it to review pull requests. So I'm curious how a software engineer from OpenAI uses and maximizes Codex.
Yeah, we're deep in Codex at OpenAI. We do use it for code review as well. Yeah, I mean, I think, for me personally and other people I know too, we often start new tasks with Codex, like straight up. I think like what I've seen is that a lot of code that you write, like a lot of the code is like kind of boilerplatey and skeleton code and like get this library, like set up this API. Like no one wants to write that. I don't like writing that code personally. And then there's like that 10% of code that's like the interesting logic. And so when I think about it, I'm like, okay, Codex, like set up, like do all that annoying stuff for me, like importing the libraries, getting the right APIs, like setting it up. And like I said from the talk, like having kind of bite-sized pieces. But I really do start a lot of things by just like, I'm gonna try to do this with Codex. And it's kind of a different muscle. Like, there is an element of trust, like do you trust Codex to get it right? But once you've had enough kind of wins from it, I feel like you can't go back because you're like, I know Codex can do this faster. And you get to a point where you actually don't want to start manually because you know it's going to be more annoying. So I feel like that's the point you should try to get to is like, you trust it enough where you can like, hey, I actually want to start this task with Codex versus not. Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right, that was great. You can tell by the number of questions that people were super engaged. So we're going to have closing remarks from the founders of Mastra. But before we get into that, I just wanted to say thank you. This was the first ever TypeScript AI conference, and I think we can all say that Mastra has really pulled it off. Let's hear it for them. Thank you also for being part of this community, being the builders, the pioneers, the ones who are bringing AI into production. I also want to say thanks to the amazing AV crew and event staff today. Let's hear it for them. And now for the details you really want, which is about the after party. We're going to have a networking and happy hour that's right here, starting as soon as the final talk is over. That runs until 5:30, but starting exactly at 5:30 is the official after party, which is going to be at Southern Pacific Brewing, which is on Treat Avenue in the Mission. Entrance there starts at 5:30, so there's no gap in the partying. Come hang out, grab food and drinks, enjoy a bit of music, and keep the conversations flowing. This after party is brought to you with love by Mastra, Sentry, Neon, WorkOS, Vappy, and CodeRabbit. Thank you again for an amazing day.
Hey everyone. Did everyone have fun today? All right, so we know everyone's probably getting thirsty, so we'll try to keep this really short. I don't think they can actually start serving us until 4:05, I heard, so we'll keep this to 10 minutes or less.
Let's talk a bunch of shit for a second.
But first, I want to thank everyone for coming, because it turns out we're not the only ones that care about TypeScript AI. You all do as well, which is why you're here. And there's a lot more of us that couldn't be here that are tuning in online or that couldn't make it today. So thanks for caring about some of the same stuff that we care about. We appreciate that.
This has been a wild week. If you all didn't know, we've never thrown a conference before. So it's the first time for everything for us. It takes the homies to do some event like this, so can't thank the sponsors enough. They've been so helpful. Our team flew in from all around the world. They've been wearing these colored shirts. There's some sitting over there. We'd love to thank our team. Thank the Monster team over there. And honestly, one of the most important thank yous, this event would not be possible without this one person, and that's Neha in the back. So everyone give a round of applause for Neha. She's been the ominous voice telling you to come back in the room all day.
Yeah, if you've seen someone running around organizing everything, that was her. She made all this happen.
Yes.
So one thing we thought we would do, rather than have some kind of prepared talk, is just talk about some of the things that we learned today and some of the things that we took away. And then hopefully you all can maybe share some things that you thought were very insightful as well. So I guess, Sam, what was something you learned today or that you thought was interesting?
So I loved Luis's talk and how they sort of have these very concrete metrics that they track for success across a bunch of different dimensions for their Replit Agent 3.
What about you, Abhi?
Two things. Postman does more than curl was a great thing I learned today. Second thing, this tool UI from Simon was really, really cool. So,
Yeah, I actually really enjoyed the demos. I thought there was some really great demos.
Demos are great.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks, Ty. Thanks, Dustin. I liked in Michael's talk about MCP. We've done a lot with just building MCP servers and using MCP servers. And so just some of the lessons, even though it was kind of just a short section, that was some great takeaways there.
Whenever Dan Goose win, we always say the goose is on the loose.
Yeah.
He was definitely on the loose on stage today.
Yeah, so wherever he's at, that was an awesome demo.
Orange jacket and all, I think he was
Yeah.
wearing. But let's open it up to the audience. What were some of the things that you enjoyed hearing about today or you liked? If we can get the mics roaming around, that'd be super helpful.
Yes.
Maybe over there.
Yeah, we'll have mics floating around, so just raise your hand and we got one coming.
5 seconds, yeah, coming from behind you.
Hey guys, good job. The conference was really interesting and learning about a lot of different things. One thing that I really liked was about the yield generator function from the AI SDK in the new version. I'm just wondering if you guys are planning to integrate that as part of the workflow and to callings from Master as well.
Well, we'll see. I think but we always strive for top tier AI SDK compatibility.
Yeah, right up here.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm from Berkeley, still student right now. And then guys, student discount, and this was amazing experience. I'm gonna promote TypeScript back to Berkeley. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you should bring some books.
Yeah, bring some books.
If you want some books,
we love sending books. If you are here from out of town, I met some people that flew in from Japan. I met some people that flew in from Brazil. I met some people that flew in from Germany. If you're here from out of town, please take some books back and share them with your friends there. And take some books back to Berkeley. It's a little closer too.
Anyone else have anything they learned today or they thought was especially interesting?
Name is Hans. First of all, yeah, I came in from Germany, so well worth it. Thanks so much for putting this together. What I learned, well, I always thought like the Mastra MCP course was really cool. I've got to say though, free shirts over MCP, you know, it's really competing with what you built. But then maybe as a more serious takeaway, definitely observability for me was kind of interesting as a builder. You know, getting things out, I'm definitely guilty of making this an afterthought. So I want to take that advice and put this into the dev process then rather afterwards. So that was definitely for me really interesting, but lots of good stuff. So thanks everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
That's great.
Who here actually? Who here is from out of country?
Out of country.
Out of country. Wow.
Out of country. Whoa.
Wow, that's like a fourth of the.
If you're Canadian, it doesn't count.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's great to see people traveling in and obviously caring deeply about some of the same stuff that we care about.
Yeah.
Simon has a question or a comment.
I was walking outside, and I thought it was so interesting how nobody was outside. Everyone was watching the talk, so kind of speaks to how high the quality of all the talks and speakers were. And I really like the format of like 50-minute talks. Really high information dense. Audience questions were quite interesting as well. Someone asked this question of like, we don't do chain of thought anymore because we have reasoning tokens as a native thing in LLMs. Who was that? I want to talk to. Okay. Okay, I'll come talk to you.
Find Simon.
Yeah.
This is also probably a good time to also thank our MCs. Thank Denise, Lori.
Yeah.
You made this, you know, the transitions between speakers smooth, the panels, we couldn't have done it without you as well. So really thankful for that.
Yeah. And also we had a last minute like a MC cancellation. They were like very sick and weren't able to make it. And we literally like messaged them at 9 o'clock yesterday morning and we're like, hey guys, like can you come help us out? And they were very game and we were very appreciative of that.
So really appreciative for them.
So Sam, should we do this again?
We should do this again, but like that's a long time from now. I wonder if maybe we should do something first.
Maybe we should.
Well, this is a great venue. I really love being in this venue. What if we just came back to this venue on like April sometime?
Yeah, on April 9th.
April 9th? April 9th, let's do it. So we're announcing Master Days, April 9th, right here, same place, same location. And we'd love for you all to come. So stay tuned, and we'll let you know how to sign up for that. It's going to be, I don't know if we're going to, it'll be a super fun event, and we'll have a lot of great talks about many of the same topics. We'd love to see you there.
And I think one of the things that I'm excited most about Master Days is we want to really make it more of a community event. So if you're building something with Mastra and you want to tell people about it, tell people what you're doing, what you've learned, we want talks from community members. So we're going to be opening that up and trying to get as many short, high impactful talks as we kind of did today, but from the community as well.
Yeah, community stories, people building, so just like reach out to one of us, respond to emails that you get, and kind of say if you're interested in talking, you've built something that you would like to share, please let us know.
And with that, I think everyone's getting thirsty. So thanks again for coming. We will hang out with you if you want to stick around for the happy hour. We hope to see you all there.
Yeah. Drinks on us.
Drinks on us. And peace.
Peace.
Peace.